Hey there. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the final day of the Lake George, New York Scrabble Tournament. Matt Canick bringing you the coverage and super stoked to be joined by Will Anderson. Morning, Will. How are you?
Good morning, Matt. I'm doing awesome. Thank you so much for having me. I was watching a ton of the coverage yesterday and thrilled to be here for the climactic final day. Really excited.
Really excited indeed. Let's cut over to the standings in this event so far to show just how wild this one is. It is a very tight field atop the NWL or WoW Lexicon division. David Spargo and Michael Thielen atop the standings, both at 9 and 2. Jason Lee and young upstart Evan Chester each at 8 and 3. And don't count out Zachary Ansell, Michael Fagan, or Seth Lipkin at 7-4. A 4-0 day for any of those players could put them atop the standings. The first matchup we're going to show y'all is between number 2 and number 4. That's Michael Thielen and Evan Chester. This is going to be a dramatic one. These two players actually played in a very, very high stakes game of Scrabble a few months ago. Round 31, the final round of Division 2 of the North American Scrabble Players Championship. Evan narrowly won that game at the finals. He bingoed out with the word slaloms, catching Michael Thielen with 4 O's on his rack to win Division 2. It was a banger. So Evan winning 3 straight against Michael at the end of that Nationals. We'll see if he can continue the hot streak. Will, what do you know about Evan Chester as a player?
Evan is my club mate here in the suburban Philadelphia area. I've been getting in a ton of games with Evan over the last few months, and it is stunning how quickly he has risen up the ranks. He's been right up there in the highest rating gain over the past year. It is amazing how natural his feel for the game is. The only thing he really needs to work on is continue to learn those words, and the sky is the limit for him. And fortunately for him, his opponent is somebody that has made it considerably easier to learn the words. Mike Thielen, creator of Zizova. So there you go. Perhaps a synergistic matchup here. I noticed Evan's spread is very, very low, so he's going to need to win those games to come out on top in this tournament. Can't rely on his tiebreaker here.
The W is going to be so important for Evan. In fact, he took the L's so hard earlier in the tournament after each of his first 2 losses. Evan immediately burst into a nosebleed. So blood has been drawn at this tournament. Evan, took it all in stride with the smile, but it was hilarious. Let's cut over to the board. Evan Chester, Mike Thielen, ready for some Scrabble. 4 games left from Lake George. This one shaping up to be awesome. Evan, just 22 years old. And sometimes you can just tell, like, when someone comes to the scene, you see him have a couple hot tournaments in a row, you watch the way they play, the words they're making, you know that they're going to be the next big thing in Scrabble. And I've anointed Evan Chester as the next big thing in Scrabble, in my head at least. Giltu, the first 5, an A and an E to go with it. No 7s available for Evan here. Will, do you think a long approach or a short approach would be better for Evan?
Oh, it's brutal. The thing about this is that maybe the best leave that you can get from those tiles is something like AELT. So if you're going to exchange, it would be like exchange GIU. And I just wonder, is that leave good enough to sacrifice the points of something like Guile, which Evan is considering? I feel like, yes, late is a good leave, but maybe not so good that you want to take those 16 points and sacrifice them here.
Yeah, I think playing through is the move. Exchanging on the opening turn is enticing, but 16 is quite a lot, and AELT just not quite strong enough. I wonder if we'll see Guile, though. I think Glutei, Glutei, would be a slightly stronger play for him, but Guile seems a-okay as well. Yeah, all right. Good start for Evan and playing vertically, which gets a thumbs up from this guy. AEFOSTU, the opening rack for Mike Thielen. He was hoping to get maybe a D out in space for fade outs. He doesn't get that, but there's a really sneaky play here available for Michael. Scores 40 points.
Wow, got to have that creativity to even think of playing through the U of Guile for a double double with a U already on Michael's rack. That might not be something he considers. But yeah, Matt, fatuous for 40, definitely the standout, does burn through many of his good tiles, notably the S, but for 40 points, definitely worth it here. So we'll see if he spots it. Mike, as I mentioned, we are all in a great debt to him for all of our word knowledges. For those of us that know the words very well, the creator of Ziziva, he is a huge part of the reason why. So we should give him some slack if he doesn't find each and every last word. He was busy making amazing tools for us.
There's a 0% chance I'd find fatuous here. With the U on my rack, I'm not looking to play through the U on the board. That would be a really awesome play. Otherwise, probably tofu or FOU, some kind of smaller, shorter play coming from Michael here. While we're dumping kudos on Mike Thielen for his contributions with Ziziva, I'd be remiss if I didn't also talk about the generous donation he gave to the Woogles team when Woogles was still in its Kickstarter days. Next weekend will be a large online Scrabble tournament called the Wooglevark 3000, named as a combination of Woogles.io and Boschvark, which is Michael Thielen's username on many internet sites. So the Wooglevark 3000 big tournament next weekend. Registration closes in 2 days, and there are going to be big, big prizes. Woogles came into a large sum of money recently and is trying to give it all away. So a tournament in Mike's name next weekend. He'll be playing online. Will you be joining us? Find some info, sign up. Fatuous not found here for Mike, but FOU is a pretty strong play. That AEST leave, tasty, tasty. We'll see where it takes him next turn. Back on Evan, a 4-point lead, ABIMOST. No bingos on this turn for Evan, and he's already pushed MOB off to the side of his rack. This plays now for 23 with UM. Will, that's just the play you make here, right?
Yeah, I think that just looks totally warranted. I have been longingly thinking about signing up for the Wugovark tournament as well. I have a couple conflicts that may make it tough, but I might try to make it happen anyway. So that's another huge contribution there from Mike. But yeah, Mob, the only fly in the ointment for Evan might be if he thinks he has a bingo. Again, Evan's still so young into his Scrabble career. He's going to be looking at racks like this that have multiple high point tiles. And those type of words might just be out of his range. He's been studying words by probability and some combinations of letters. He can look at the B and the M and think to himself, I might not have studied this deep yet for the 7 and 8 letter words. And that might help him get off of this rack and move on to Mob more quickly than if he actually had studied more. And there we go. We see the play, Matt.
Mob coming down, indeed. It's always so interesting knowing what words a player has or hasn't studied, what their quote unquote range is. Would a rack like ABIMOST be inside or outside of Evan Chester's range of words he studied? I don't know the book on this guy, and Scrabble players notoriously hold their cards pretty close to their chest. They don't want other people to know what they do or don't know. But Evan did not take too much time looking for bingos there before he played Mob. Uh, Good stuff from him. AEENOST gives Michael Thielen a rough turn. No bingos available to him on this turn either. And now you've got to make that essential Scrabble decision. Am I playing OE for like 8 points somewhere? Or am I trying to play a little bit longer out of this rack? And Will, I think I defer to you and your wisdom here. Are you playing something like Beano and getting rid of a bunch of these tiles, or are you trying to fish here?
Yeah, great question. Thank you for deferring to me. I definitely do not consider myself to be to have an expertise in this particular type of decision. This is really the sort of soul of Scrabble right here. Finding bingos is all well and good, but deciding between those 8 point plays using 2 tiles or 14 point plays using 3 or 4 tiles. That being said, I think the standout plays are, yeah, I was going to say something. Oh, he's just playing the E. I thought he might go ahead
Ooh.
and play Eon in that spot just to cover up what feels like the most dangerous area of the board in that double double lane. Just the E, certainly maxing out on that bingo percentage there, and he's drawn into notates. But you always wonder, could he have also drawn into a bingo and scored a few more points there? Oh, look at this, Matt.
Wow, yeah, Evan wasting no time. He had just one playable bingo and he's got it down lightning fast. Mystical for Evan puts him over the 100 mark. But as you said, Michael has drawn into notates. He will punch back with his own bingo. No eights available for Michael on this turn. That M in space looks so enticing. The I and the U in double double lines look tasty as well, but no eights for Michael Thielen. He's going to have to play notates for 67 on this board.
Yeah, just a fantastic find by Evan there. We're talking about range and what words he's likely to have studied. This is not a word that he's likely to have studied by training in, Ziziva, Aerolith, Zarafin, any of the tools that tournament players use. That is just raw anagramming ability right there. And no matter how much you study the dictionary, you still need a little bit of that as a Scrabble player. I do think that's where Evan shines. And he spotted that word quickly, confidently, no issue. So I'm very impressed by that. As you say, Matt, the only question for Michael is, where does notates go down? Really, the two choices that score the most are, as you say, with Fs and mobs. Not really sure if either of those two looks positionally any better than the other. I guess if I'm Mike, I'm thinking that even after my bingo, I'm going to be trailing, especially after Evan's next play. So I might want to try to pick the option of those two, which leaves the board more open. And to my eye, I think that would hook mobs. That's what I feel like. It leaves the letters of guile a little bit more open and keeps that EF hook alive as well. I don't know. What is your feeling? Which of those two is more open long term for Mike?
If you play notates in EFS, then that OES hook is just going to sit there and be annoying, which, as the person
Mm.
trailing in a game, is something you want, but it's going to be there either way. I think your analysis is right here. I think playing on bottom might be better by like just a smidge for keeping long-term board dynamics alive. Somebody's bound to play down to that triple word and open up the very bottom row of this board. So I think I give a slight edge to notates and mobs. But the one thing I don't want to do on this turn is spend like 4 or 5 minutes. Just pick one, they score the same, and get on with it.
Yeah, for sure. At some point, the time, especially with two plays that score 67, absolutely equivalent on the scoreboard, picking one of those two, I really feel like I fall into this trap sometimes, Matt, where one of these two plays, they're so close and really essentially identical. You just got to pick one of those two ASAP, use that time later on when it's going to be more impactful. Here we go. We've got a choice.
All right, so notates for 67 brings Mike's score up to 83. Evan at 106 now gets to choose between knocking out the M in the triple line or making his best equity play. WHIZ plays through the I in mystical. MAZE scores 45 on the triple but keeps the abysmal WGHT combination. Will, how would you approach this turn? Whiz, maze, or maybe a sneaky third option?
Well, you're totally right that WGHT is abysmal. Let me go for telestration here and see if it's going to work. Not sure if it will, and I'm not seeing it just yet on the board. But in any case, just imagine how it. Well, I'm not sure if I'm seeing it yet. Oh,
There
there
it
we
is.
go. Okay. So imagine the WGHT. Imagine drawing an I, Matt. All of a sudden, you
Ooh.
keep the massive combination together. Of course, that spot is going to be attractive to Mike as well. But this is an open board. You could definitely see him. Maybe he will play something down into the Y that scores a ton. And all you need is an I to come back with an absolutely massive 1-2 punch after Mays. So I do like the fact that Mays gets in the way of that open triple, which could be so useful to Mike a lot of the time. But you also get a crack at a really nice follow up.
Yeah, double doubles through the eye happen so often next turn as well. I think that spot actually stays undisturbed often enough. Now, you do have to execute the portion of the plan where you draw the eye, but pulling three tiles with seven eyes out there, it happens pretty often. That could be a really neat line for Evan if he executes this plan. Michael has had a fantastic post bingo draw and actually has aforementioned double double available. Here it comes from Evan. I love this play.
Nice play, Evan. Yeah, it's just a really, really nice recognition on his part that that normally ugly leave. And let's see. So we're going to see Deviator come down. As you mentioned, Matt, great draw by Mike. But if Evan draws an eye, he's going to hit back with a super, super hard counter here. And there it is.
Right on cue. All right, plan executed to perfection. White, 53 points. Width, WIDTH, also plays for 53. Oop, Evan just smashed that rack cam. We're going to have to get our team on the ground to look back at his rack. A little too excited was Evan after the eye draw.
Maybe that
Uh,
was how the nosebleed. Just just a powerful player. He's knocking his camera. He's knocking his head. Um, Scrabble definitely an action sport, folks.
Action indeed. That's why they got us here on ESPN The Ocho.
One can only dream that that would happen. But yeah, love this. And you can see, even after Mike's drawn Deviator, that's exactly the sort of play that you love to counter with a 50+ point play of White. Maybe Evan might not have wanted to see the bingo in that spot. Maybe a non bingo double double that you answer with a 50-point play would have been better from his perspective. But he's still feeling all right here as now Mike, I guess they're verifying scores, Matt, but Mike's got some good stuff as well.
Yeah, scores always get messed up when we get bang bang action like that. And after Mays, Deviator, and White both came down so quickly. Look at that. Evan has found this game's first blank, continuing to be rewarded from the tile bag after his strong play early on in this one. Thielen, EFJLNRS, has to spot a word that is so elusive in Scrabble, but right
He
on cue,
has.
set it up.
Wow, he has Fjeld. This is definitely that FJ start to the word, Matt, makes it as difficult as you describe. That and fjord are two words that are extremely difficult to spot, but he's got it in a hurry. Feels like he shouldn't wait too much longer because scoring 40 and keeping that valuable S with that OE hook that you mentioned earlier, Matt, just sitting there, it's going to be a tough one to block. And if he draws something good ending in S, it feels likely to play in that spot.
Indeed, this is a very strong play for Michael. These are the kinds of plays you have to make and spot consistently when they come up, and he's done it here. Thielen ahead 221 to 204, but Evan has wasted no time before setting up one of the two bingos he's got on this turn. Awarded, which plays with three overlaps to the left side of Deviator for 85 points. Evan does have a second bingo on this turn that scores one more, but it's deep in the probability range.
Oh, headward it must be. Yeah.
Indeed.
That's is that well awarded at first you're going to see if oh, he spotted that too. Oh my god. Very
Whoa!
very impressive. This one I would not be confident of. Headward, certainly awarded is a regular word. You can see he's grimacing. Probably wants to avoid opening a triple lane with awarded, but headward does open a triple word score as well. So I don't think playing awarded is that much of a sacrifice. It's just the extra point that you would get with headward. Really not a huge deal. So if he has any doubt, I think awarded is a perfectly good play. He does have to see the overlaps alongside Deviator, which the level that Evan's shown, I'm sure he's already identified that, but you never know. Sometimes stuff like that can escape notice.
Oh man, Hedward awarded. Yeah, he spotted it all. Evan is playing so well. I've seen his name, I've seen his results, I've talked to him a few times, but it's really cool to see him on stream doing all the right things here. Awarded coming down for 85 from Evan. And he's going to look to hold on to this lead as Michael's got a pretty terrible draw after his second consecutive bingo. KNNRRSY. Rough.
Yeah, this is not the draw that Mike wanted with NRS, a very solid lead. Just needed a couple vowels to fill that out. Did not get those vowels. The Y, the only saving grace here, I guess, either if you can find a place to score well with that Y or try to play through a vowel on the board. It looks like he has set aside KRN for the play that appeared to my eye through the A of mystical. There are the vowels that Mike wanted, Matt, on Evan's rack.
Yeah, this seems to happen in Scrabble a lot, where one person's got all the vowels and the other person's got all the consonants. You know, kind of your classic, hey, could we just trade tiles a little bit and then everybody has fun? But Mike's got several plays to work out of this wreck. KARN jumps out immediately, but he can score better. Yonks, YONKS, through the O and notates is 32. And it looks like he's setting up yeah, maybe Karn or maybe Kerns as well. KERNS through the disconnected ES in the top of this board. I think though, with the OE spot, with the mobs spot still out there, holding the S is very important. Karn should be the play here.
Yeah, I like it as well. And he does seem to be strongly considering it here. So kudos to Mike Thielen. He's definitely, oh, now the S goes on to the, not sure what he's deliberating here, thinking about using the S or not. But we'll see what he elects to go with. But just one tidbit about Evan, Matt. Evan told me at club his goal for this tournament was to get on the stream for his first ever time. This is a new thing for him. I watched a lot of the stream yesterday. I'm pretty sure I only saw him once, but you would obviously know better than I would. Oh, Unary is the play here. But Evan achieving his goal of appearing on the stream for the first time in his career and looking fantastic while doing so.
You got to be careful with those goals. One year, I made it a goal to get on the annotated board one at nationals, and I got paired against this guy named Will Anderson, who absolutely ended my life by hitting a 9-letter triple triple. And anyway, I digress. That's trauma from the past. Unary was an interesting decision for Michael, but a strong one. Holding the S was the key thing there, and the S synergizes well with the K. Not a bad play there from Michael. I'm glad to see Evan living his dreams, but the final step to his plan is win the game. You don't just want to get on the stream, you want to get on the stream and go home with the W. He's got a very tough to spot play that I think stands out as number one. And Will, you might have to telestrate this one for it, but it slots right between WIGHT and awarded. It's just the play of RAI or RIA. They both play, but you've got to notice that GRR can get played between that G and the blank R.
Ugh.
Very strong play, very hard to spot. Do you think we're going to see it, Will?
Yeah, I wrote it on the board there. That is a tough one, especially with, as you allude to, Matt, the quote unquote blank blindness. It can be tougher to find those high degree of difficulty plays using a blank tile as opposed to the real letter in that spot. That is a real phenomenon by pretty much Scrabble players of all stripes. It is a little bit harder to envision those overlaps with the blank instead of the real tile. This would be really, really impressive if he's able to find a way to score 26 points with these low point tiles and so many vowels to boot. I would love that play from him. A more quote unquote standard play, which I don't think he's going to want to do given the game scenario, is just he may be considering this. And it's not a bad play, Matt. It's just Rafe, REIF, into the F of Field. That undoubles all of his duplicated tiles, but I don't love putting the R out there in space as a threat that could sit there for a good long while and allow Mike to eventually bingo with an 8-letter word to a triple. So I wouldn't wouldn't call this a bad play necessarily, but I do feel like Evan, knowing his slightly more defensive style, he would go for that overlap that you pointed out if he sees it.
Yeah, I mean, this is the reason he's not pulling the trigger on REIF right now. He's thinking to himself, I've got this lead. I don't want to string the R up in space. That's going to be annoying. That's going to be hard to block. It's going to require an entire turn to sacrifice to thwart it later on. I wonder if we see something like D air from the D at the bottom of this board that can still be overlapped, but not as devastatingly obstructs the board a little bit. That seems to be what he's considering now. I think between Rafe and D air, I might actually opt to play D air here just so I don't have to think about that R for the rest of the game. There's some goodies unseen, some good vowels, some S's, a blank. I don't want that R floating out there if I can avoid it. So D air might be a small sacrifice from equity, but it's going to save you some headaches later on. I like this from Evan.
Yeah, me too. I do feel like positionally, it has the benefits that you mentioned. It also gets one more vowel off of the rack compared to Rafe in the upper corner. So your rack is a little bit more balanced going into next turn. That's still meaningful because, from Evan's perspective, one more bingo from him here is likely to potentially put this thing a little bit too far out of reach for Mike Thielen. So definitely a good goal to pursue. And diorite. Oh, retinoid through that N
Ooh.
as Mike looks to he plays Kex. That looked great to me, Matt.
Yeah, Kex is so solid. Pretty much any vowel draw, unless he draws the Q, is going to bingo for him. And there's the O and an I he's looking for. So Evan does have a bingo lined up, but Michael has an embarrassment of riches now on his next turn. He will strike back. We've still got a game here, 307 to 265 as I get that score bug updated. Retinoid will score just 61. We'll open this board wide, wide open. This one's going to get interesting.
Yeah, I'm sure that Mike is. If you were going to tell Mike that Evan's about to bingo, he would be saying, "Oh, well, just let him do it in a way that opens the triple lane for me, and then he could pounce with something huge." Retinoid through the N of notates is going to fall a little bit short, but it does create that situation of if Mike is super confident in his hooks, he'll be able to place an S on here and score much better than Evans Bingo going down the board, which continues to keep things a little bit open for him. So you're right, Matt. This game is going to be far from over, especially if Evan does not think of retinoid, which he looks like he's considering just playing maybe OI right here. Maybe he's not even thinking about this N, or maybe he's thinking, if I'm going to bingo, I don't want to do it for only 60 points in a way that opens so much back. I'm not sure.
No, no, this is going to have to be a miss. There's no universe in which Evan is strategically passing retinoid. If that is indeed the case, then I need to have a serious conversation with him. I think he was whiffed on it. Sometimes you see the 7 on your rack, you see diorite, you're like, there's no spots, and then you just move on. I think just an oversight there from Evan. I sure hope just an oversight there from Evan, but it is going to save him from a lot of pain, as now Michael's highest scoring bingos are just 78 as opposed to the mammoth scores they would have been after retinoid.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I agree. I was trying to come up with a charitable interpretation of potentially how retinoid gets missed there. But how it gets missed is, again, remember, Evan's been playing for not quite a year and a half in his entire career. That means all of those crazy words in the Scrabble dictionary are relatively new to him. I think he's definitely going to kick himself when he finds that he's missed that. But you couldn't, in his case, you couldn't say, oh, that's a word I've studied for years, because he literally hasn't been at this for years. Every word is still relatively new and liable to potentially escape notice from time to time. That's something that he'll shore up as time passes. So now Mike, though, with, as you say, Matt, an embarrassment of riches. I would love to see him come up with one of his higher scoring plays. And there we go. This qualifies, Matt.
Yeah, this does. Stroying is the highest score available to him. He can score 78 with storying, stroying, or one other bingo along the bottom of this board. I don't know that this is the best thing Mike can do on this rack. He's going to pull ahead by 15 after the bingo, which in my eyes is still trailing. You are leading on the scoreboard, but it's not your turn anymore. You're going to fall back behind. I'd rather do something a little bit more volatile, I think. Actually, I'm going to pull back on that. Because Evan just played OI for 20, I don't know that you do actually want to open this board. Maybe this is good for Michael. I retract my critique.
Yeah, it's interesting. That previous play could be a sign that you want to make sure that you're bingoing in a way that opens very little back. That being said, I would be a little bit worried after a play like that that maybe the line at the bottom of the board with D air, maybe Evan has an S that he can play with mobs, and maybe I do want to keep it more open. But this is a really tricky decision. I do like that Michael's just gone for points and left it at that without using too much time. As Evan responding with turf for 21 to keep things balanced. He's trying to use up that U. Let's hope he doesn't draw the Q, Matt.
Oh man, that Q lurking out there. This kind of feels like the game where whoever draws the Q just loses. She's going to be so clunky, such a Trojan horse. Evan drawing that U,
The
now he
U is
can be
key.
prepared
Yeah,
for it.
the if you draw the
Oh,
Q, the U is a key tile here, Matt. Look at that. Souk looks like one of the few good options for that Q. So if you draw that Q, you better hope you have the final U to go with it. And we see Evan has that right now.
yeah, Evan pursed his lips on that draw. You could get a bit of a tell from him that he was annoyed as EI, the final two tiles he pulled out, not what he was looking for, EIU into DEIR, but both players on kind of awkward racks. Michael, CELLNNS. One thing Michael needs to consider on this turn is the unseen pool. That Q lurking out there, but 11 vowels to just 9 consonants. If I see that, I don't mind having 6 consonants on my rack. I'll play a few of these, but I get to hold some back. I get to avoid some of the worst draws out there. Not as dire as it looks for Michael once you look at that pool. But what is he going to do? He's got CEL lined up on his rack. I don't think this plays anywhere. CELS and Bjelds for 25 is a thing, but I don't think you can make that play. Is he going to play CEL and CUM for 13?
um, I don't know. I mean, I guess he's thinking about just playing here, right? Chid. So that just gets
Oh, there.
the
Yeah.
2027. Doesn't do much for the board, but oddly now Mike, it's weird. Both players are struggling with polar opposite racks. They probably are both terrified that the other one is going to lay the hammer down and put this game out of reach. But both players slogging, and I just wonder. Oh, there's the Q. That is such a
And the
VEQ, Matt.
V.
Oh, oh my God. Gross.
Wow. Both players with abysmal draws last turn. This is one of those games where both players feel like they're going to lose, but somebody has to win it. I wonder if you're Evan, is this time to block QAT and force Michael to waste a turn playing QI above D air for 11? Or do you want to keep that opportunity alive for yourself with that case U in hand for Shook? Oh, this is a fun one. And Evan's got 10 minutes to think about it. Look at him pounding that pen into the paper, deep in thought right now. I would be too.
I would so it this feels really weird, but I would be giving a lot of extra value to that you if I'm Evan for the reason that we're both pointing out, Matt. If you have the Q come onto your rack, you've got a get out of jail free card that might just win you the game. If you hold on to that U, of course, in a vacuum, I would love to dump it. It's the worst tile that you have on your rack, but again, towards the end of the game, the calculus always changes based on the board and the remaining tiles. So I'm just wondering, is there a play that makes any sense that keeps it? You could, if you're Evan, I suppose this looks really weird to do, but you could just play GIED right here, undoubling your E's and I's and holding on to that U as a hedge against the Q. Only scores 18. It feels really weird to make that play. But I wonder if Evan can get into that mindset down 20 here and realizing that the pool has the B, the H, two P's, a V, and a Q, none of which he has. Can he get into I need to bingo mindset here?
Yeah, he needs to make the philosophical decision now of am I trying to bingo and win this game, or am I trying to win this game without a bingo? If you're trying to bingo and win this game, you've got to either play GUID, like he's got set up here, GUID, and keep the most bingo oriented tiles on your rack, or maybe you play OURIE, OURIE, through the disconnected OR at the top right side of this board. Uh, I don't think you're in bingo or die scenario or situation just yet. I think Shook is a powerful option. I think you can Q stick Michael. I think there's just enough awful stuff in the bag that he might not be able to score well. And I think it's not quite bingo or die time. I like your suggested play of GIED quite a bit. Hold that U back. If Michael has it, he's in trouble. And if you draw it, you're prepared for it. So, like, both of those possibilities seem awesome. But it's hard to think like that late in the game. We'll see if Evan's got it.
Really hard. It's just so natural, as you say, Matt, to want to get that U off the rack. It is toxic to so many bingo racks, especially. What if you draw that V from the bag, right? You'll hate that you kept the U. So he does go with the potentially more quote unquote human play of GID right there for 18. Makes a lot of sense. That D out in open space is going to be a red alert for Mike to try to block. Also the I, of course, but from Evan's perspective, the D is what he's hoping to hit here if he can draw well enough. And I feel like he's drawn well. I'm sure
Oh,
he likes to, yeah, there's a Collins being go to the D. That doesn't help him here, but the H and the P are going to help him score a bit.
indeed they are. And Michael's just got such an abysmal turn here. Really, the two options are play QAT for 22 or exchange. And probably exchange six. You don't want to keep an E with two more coming. You don't really want to keep an N with another one unseen. I think you just throw six back. Is that right?
Brutal.
Is that what you do?
You hate to do that here if you're Mike because you have tempo in this game. You're the one who, when you make your play, is jumping into the lead, and then your opponent is making a play that evens the game. So it really, really sucks to give that advantage up. And Mike is going to go ahead and block the open spot. Maybe he's going, well, the U is gone. He can't hope for much with the Q. So I wonder about this. And it's definitely good to block bingos here, but I really worry that he's going to fall a little bit behind on the scoreboard, taking only 10 points and leaving the Q, Matt.
This feels like he just lost the game on that play. There's still a lot that needs to shake out, but you're forced to play caught for 22 next turn. You can't really groom your rack or work your way out of bad draws. You're tying a hand behind your back with the play of Vina, and you're not scoring enough. You're keeping a Q on your rack. Like, I just don't see how you win after that.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. Maybe just a little paranoia looking into the pool, seeing decent bingo tiles that would bingo a lot of the time to the I or the D. But I feel like you kind of have to live with those outcomes rather than venin, which puts you in really bad shape going forward. Especially now, Evan has some great options that he's got some really cool ones here. He can play Effa. Oh, he's going to go ahead and play. Oh, wait a second. Is this? I guess that is valid, isn't it? I didn't see the. I forgot that you could put the P there. So that is definitely a really nice one, Matt.
Yeah, wow, 37 points. Engine didn't even pull this play up on its options, but it looks so, so good for what you're trying to do right now. The one bad thing about this play is it empties the bag. So we get into the end game, and if Evan draws the cue, I think he just kind of loses after this one, but he's got to feel relieved to see that it's not there. Evan pulls ahead by 24. This, I think, is why you can't play Venin last turn, because you're just done now if you're Michael.
Yeah, Evan making a great sort of calculated risk there. If I draw the cue, I'm probably going to be in trouble no matter what. So let's make a play that essentially auto wins anytime that Mike just drew it after Venom, which his chances were decent of doing, drawing 4 tiles. The E of Crepe, of course, getting rid of the ability to play the cue in that spot. Now, the only place that Mike can dump it is right here for only 11. If he doesn't play there, he's going to be stuck with it. So, this is a clear end game win for Evan Chester. Wow, crazy swings back and forth here, Matt, towards the end in this one.
Yeah, what an entertaining game. After a couple kind of boring ones yesterday, this is exactly what we've signed up for. So thanks to everybody who tuned in this morning to watch it. I hope you enjoyed it. And Evan just absolutely slamming the door on this one with that play of Crep. Oh man, yeah, that was fun to watch.
Yeah, great play. And as you alluded to at the outset of the broadcast, Matt, these two playing in the most high leverage possible scenario at the national championship just a couple months back in the final round to determine who the winner of Division Two would be. And as you mentioned, Evan bingoing out to win that game. So, Mike, maybe a rivalry brewing here between these two over time with some fantastic finishes in these games.
Everybody's got a rival or two, maybe even an arch foe, depending on how bad it gets out there. And yeah, I sense a blossoming rivalry between these two. Both very strong players. Both don't seem to be going anywhere anytime soon. So we will keep watching the Evan Chester Mike Thielen rivalry as it evolves. But wow, wow, what a game! So many like small decisions Evan made that ended up working huge in his favor, particularly that play of Maze, setting up white the next turn and then drawing it. That was huge as it was allowed him to weather the 94-point double double for Mike. Great game.
Yeah, really, really well played. For Mike, also Field, excellent play. Stroying, very nice bingo to max out on his points in that position. Yeah, just Venom. I feel like maybe the move there is either to exchange tiles or dump the queue while you have a decent place to do so. And you got to live with the consequences if Evan has something good through the I and D there. So, you never know. Could it have been? Could he have mistracked? Could he have thought that he had a chance of drawing a U that would have given him Sook there? That made it more, sensible to keep the Q. It's hard to know. I'm sure after the game we'll hear a little insight from the players with the overhead mics, but that definitely can happen sometimes, Matt.
Indeed. Yeah, I don't know. I guess you think you've got QAT most of the time. You don't see it getting blocked and also your opponent scoring 39 or 37 at the same time. Like that
Yeah.
kind of wasn't supposed to happen from Michael Thielen's point of view. But I don't know. I think Venin was like the one absolutely pivotal turn in this game.
Yeah, agree. The turn where he played Unary was also really interesting too, where he had all those consonants. He had an S on that move, and the S again we've been talking about would have been so valuable for this hook. And I just wonder, Unary keeping a decent leave with an S in it, but also crippling your ability to play that OE hook. I just wonder if that could have also been inflection point. But given that he bingoed just a couple turns later, it doesn't feel like it's anywhere near as impactful as the Venin decision from just one turn ago. So, Mike using his remaining time to come to grips with the fact that, when you're in a situation like this, Matt, you're trying to steal the game by any means necessary, but you really just have no choice. If you don't play the cue, you're getting stuck with it here.
Yeah, just the one spot. You have to do it. He will actually hold one out of Doblons, Doblons, but even if Evan doesn't see that and leaves it alone, like Evan can just outrun by playing ship at the top of this board. This one's done.
Yeah, the other thing about just plopping the Q down here is if he does not do so, Evan has a huge scoring play right
Ooh.
here as well. So ship would certainly be solid through this S, but unless Mike plays the Q in that only spot, then he's going to get hit with another 30 by Evan. So not only do you have to play the Q here so you don't get stuck, but you also want to block that big scoring play that Evan has. So totally agreeing, Matt, that something like ship, just getting your highest scoring tiles off the rack, scoring really well, conceding Doblons, you're still going to win easily. So nice job by Evan here. 2 times on the stream. I don't know. Did you correct me on that, Matt? Did Evan appear just once yesterday throughout the day on the stream?
I think that's correct. Yeah.
So 2-0 lifetime on the live stream. Not bad. Not bad, young Evan.
Can't do any better than that in your first 2 games. So here we are. Yeah, QI was Michael's best in-game sequence by 29 points. There was no universe where you can be crafty or clever there. You got to play it, especially given the EPHA. So, I mean, he did what he could on that turn, but too little, too late in this one. Have a day, Evan Chester. He's going to move to 9-3, knock off Michael Thielen, who was in second place prior to this game, and blow this WoW division wide open. Things will get interesting. Current leader David Spargo was at 9-2. I do not have a result for his game yet, but we'll see how that one shakes out. I suspect we might see a little bit more of Evan Chester today. While we're here, as we do the end game in this one, Evan playing ship now, I do want to make our viewers at home do just a little bit of homework. Please support the stream by clicking the thumbs up button at the bottom. Let's get some great viewership numbers on this video today. As Michael has found Doblons, he's counted it, he's going out. That'll make the final in this one 431 to 410. They'll challenge the word. It'll come up green. Evan, of course, can challenge this because it's an outplay. It's totally free. Why not? And as soon as these players sit back down, I want to get that overhead mic going and see what they have to say.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot to discuss here. There were some real touch and go moments in the game where both players had fantastic tiles and then both
13,
players had terrible tiles. Let's cut.
404 plus 6. You agree with 431 to 410?
410 and 431.
Yeah, great
Nice
game. Thank
Good
you.
job.
I actually had a very cool potential in-game sequence if you didn't have an out. I could play Pale, which sets up Hodge for like 45 next turn if you don't block that and saves
Oh,
outs.
yeah, nice.
Yeah, I saw that, but once I saw Doblones as a possibility, I wasn't sure, and I knew I couldn't push it by trying that cool sequence.
I wonder, is that enough for me to win if I go out with Doblones and Pale? I don't know if you.
I'm not sure. Well, you're hitting me with the H, so I just figured just play for just this outruns if you do have an out. So I figured it was fine.
Right at the end, I had the Q when I played this, and this
Really?
might have been stupid, but like I saw there were 3 I's and a U out, and if I get the U, I have Suk here, and if I get the I have QIS here. But what I didn't realize was you played 2 of them in this play. There's not that many
you
I's.
forgot to track.
And I also, trusting in the bag is not a great strategy.
Yeah, no, it's Caught, if you can draw the U, you have Suk for 40 something points.
Right. Yeah. And the I had the S also. So this is like.
Oh yeah, that's also. Oh, there's actually a lot
So
of.
I could have just dropped it here for 20.
Yeah, there's
and I was like,
upside.
yeah.
I mean, if you get one of those Q plays, you probably win regardless.
Yeah. Any I or U, or
Yeah.
even what else was in there? I didn't really look for QA anything.
Yeah, I don't think there was
might
anything
just
good
be the
there.
U and the
No,
I.
I had one of the other eyes here, and the other one I pulled after Crepe. So, yeah.
Yeah, it would make sense too that you playing this, you probably have another I. Like
That was a tough turn because I had kept EEIR, and I have some longer plays. Like I could have played Reunited through those or Dowerer for the same scores, but I don't know. I didn't feel good about those long plays. Reunited gives back a ton up here, like with the E. Like there's PPH out, B as well. Like I just didn't feel like I could give back that spot. Dowerer just didn't feel. I mean, it kept EII, which might be fine, but I don't know. Gwyd just it seemed better on vibes,
Mhm.
and I also figured that EEIR pairs well with an open D, so maybe there's an off chance I'll draw a bingo.
Yep.
But yeah,
The beginning of that game felt terrible. I was like, I had such high probability letters, and I'm like, I must be missing something through all of this. And
no, I mean
find out later, but fishing with OE especially was just like,
that
really?
I felt dangerous, but no, I was just like, okay, well, I'll just gotta leave it and bingo myself.
Yeah.
So this was an interesting turn. I could have opted for Ghazi. I kept GHTW. So I knew that by playing Maze, I am giving myself white with an eye draw, a few other high scoring
Oh, right.
draws as well. And I mean, 7 eyes unseen,
Yeah.
3 tile full,
like
likely
that.
enough. And Maze is 9 more points, but definitely Ghazi could have an argument there because it keeps more balanced, although it scores 9 less. It takes out the double double.
W, and it leaves the M right there.
Yeah, the M is a good. It's not really the best bingo line, but it's very good for scoring.
Yeah.
So
You can still have something there if you do that. I think I did.
I don't know.
I don't remember what.
Don't know about a bingo, but you're still scoring like up near 40 through the M.
Oh, I had cavorted. Yeah.
Oh, right. So you're fine. Is Headward good?
Headward. Yeah.
Okay, so when I played this, I had that for 1 more point. I just wasn't sure of it, so
Uh-huh.
I figured one point was fine.
I played that one time. I forget what it means. It's like the main word of a phrase or something.
Okay,
like
yeah.
I used to work in
2 A's?
natural language processing. What to?
2 A on this rack.
Oh, Headward.
Yeah.
I was thinking Headward.
Oh.
RWORD.
Yeah,
Headward.
WARD is what I would have had.
Headward. I don't know.
Yeah, we can check. I wasn't going to take the risk for only 1 extra point, but I had.
Kind of don't like it, but that doesn't mean anything.
Yeah,
Headward, yeah.
it is good. Okay, and it's a small mistake at most, but
Headward.
okay. No, that's cool. Good to know. Yeah, and then,
That was a good game.
that was a really good game. Yeah, this was kept EIR. I was turning over. I figured turning over was best there. Just Rafe is 3 more, but maybe I don't want to open yet. And then maybe I wasn't turning over enough tiles because I had like all 1-pointers and a D for like the next 3 turns. And I really wasn't able to keep scoring after you got the bingo down. And it put me in a decent concern. I mean, this kept tired, so I mean, I think that's fine. Diorite, no spot, so I think that's fine just because it does score while keeping the good tiles, and this kept DEIR. So I mean, it feels like those are fine plays. I mean, I'm scoring what I can with these tiles, but maybe I'm supposed to turn over a bit more.
Yeah. It turns out I couldn't have done much with any of those spots. I had just all high point tiles, like
Yeah.
all consonants.
Yeah, I was hoping for 1 or 2 of those myself. I mean,
Yeah.
specifically, I was like, oh God, please give me the P for this spot. That was just
That was
sitting there for
That
so
was
long.
such a good play.
Thank you.
And not valid in
NWL,
Yeah.
right? I took
I was like,
advantage
wait,
of
wait.
the
Oh, crap.
situation.
I wasn't even thinking of a P there.
Yeah. All right, I can get things. Let's see.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
All right. Well, there you go. There's the postmortem on that one. Evan Chester with a huge win, 4 games from the end in Lake George, New York. We are now at that stage of the tournament where every single result must be submitted so pairings can be as accurate and precise as possible. So we're going to have a bit of a delay here. Will, anything you want to say to our viewers before we cut to that break?
Only that just very impressive post-morteming there. Pretty much all the nuances that we pointed out during the game. Both Evan and Mike were all over it, but certainly, especially Evan, doesn't seem like a lot of details escape his notice. It's just crazy to think he, not even a year and a half in the game, already at that level of analysis. Watch out, Scrabble World. That's my only thought.
Yeah, running on vibes is, I think, how he described one of those plays, or it felt good on vibes. If you can already have vibes and intuition that good this early into a career, man, what is the ceiling for this guy? We'll keep watching, maybe some more Evan Chester on stream shortly. We're going to cut to a little break. Make sure, if you haven't yet, please hit that thumbs up button. Please subscribe to the Let's Play Scrabble channel. All they do is put out high-level Scrabble content for you to watch all the time. So support the channel, help us out, and we will see you in a few minutes. Things are getting spicy out here in Lake George. A couple of very interesting results last round means this thing is anybody's to win. We're going to pivot over and look at the standings, but we'll check out how things have shaped up so far here in Lake George.
The 9-3s, look at that, 4 of them. So critical win that we just watched from Evan Chester against Mike Thielen, but it did not leapfrog Evan past him in the standings. You see those tiebreakers, Evan managing to win a lot of his games by a small margin to stay in the hunt, but he is going to go up against Jason Lee in this next round. And if Evan keeps winning, that is his opportunity to start to leapfrog some of these other players that he is tied with at 9-3. But it is not going to be easy, Matt. I was watching Jason at least once or twice yesterday put up some very impressive performances on the stream. So it's going to be a great game. That's who we're going to go with next, Jason Lee, Evan Chester.
Jason Lee and Evan Chester playing on board 1, Michael Thielen and David Spargo playing on board 2. So all of the 9-3 players playing each other. 2 of them ought to be 10-3, 2 at 9-4 after this round. This is very interesting. The first prize here in the WoW division, $1,500, $1,500 which will go even further for the Canadians up near the top of these standings. That money generously provided by the Word Game Players Organization, or WIGPO, putting on this event, sponsoring this event, rating this event, and also adding a lot of prize money and intrigue to it. So $1,500 on the line. Jason Lee, right now, the favorite to win it. But as we said, this thing is wide open. I think one of the players at 9-3 is going to win their next 3 games and win the tournament. Tiebreaker doesn't look like it's going to be a thing, but we'll see. Players are bagging. You guys don't care about watching players put letters in the bag. It's more about pulling the letters back out of the bag. That's the fun part of Scrabble. So we'll cut over just as soon as there's something to cut to. But what a tournament it's been so far. What other tournaments we've got coming up here on the Let's Play Scrabble channel in just 2 weeks. Madison, Wisconsin, a big, beautiful event out there. That's going to be streamed here over Halloween weekend, October 31st, November 1st, November 2nd. 2 weeks after that, the World Scrabble Championship, or Westpac, that event happening in Ghana, but you can watch right here on the Let's Play Scrabble stream as well. Will, how stoked are you for this year's Worlds?
Incredibly. I'm super excited. I was just taking a look at the list of entrants for the tournament because I feel like it could be time to make a video prognosticating who. Obviously, we got Nigel Richards in the field, who would always be a presumptive favorite, but there are so many other strong players in the field. So I feel like it could be fun to break that down. The World Championship, always an incredible spectacle of Scrabble. So really excited for that in less than a month's time. And yeah, can't wait to see it. But I guess our players are ready right here at round 12 of Lake George.
Yeah, players are ready, which means we will cut over to the board. Evan Chester, Jason Lee, let's play Scrabble.
Round 13, I meant. Sorry about that. Got to get that right. It's important because only 3 more rounds to go. As you mentioned, Matt, somebody going 3-0 is likely required from these 9-3 players. And maybe that's going to be all good. If that's Evan and he wins his next 3 games, he'll control his own destiny, and it won't matter that his tiebreaker isn't that great. And, some good tiles to start. It looked like a couple of different vowels were going to help him out there, Matt. But the P, the 7th and final tile he looked at.
Oof. Yeah, that P makes things rough here. DELNPRT. Oh, God, what do you do out of this rack?
Well,
Pled?
yeah, I mean, exchanging again is one of those, it's tempting, of course, rather than putting an uninstall. Oh my God, but look at Jason's styles.
Oh!
Unbelievable. This is like old McDonald before he can even get going to the O's in his song. He can't even finish the old McDonald song. That's how bad things are for Jason Lee. But yeah, Evan Pled seems okay. I'm not sure that there is a leave that he can keep that is so good that he should turn down 14 points here, just like our previous game.
Yeah, and this is one of those turns where an engine's not actually the strongest. Engine's going to recommend exchanging here by about a point, but after a small exchange of 2 or 3 tiles, your opponent responds differently. They're not going to play as many floaters as they would normally. You're less likely to actually hit on your gambit to bingo. So I like Evan's choice here to play long, and I like Jason's choice to exchange in under 10 seconds. E. Are you freaking kidding me? That might be the worst opening rack I've ever seen in a streamed game. Good luck,
Yeah,
Jason.
pretty incredible. I think he's got a good chance to do better on his replenishment draw here. But the nice thing though, Matt, as a Scrabble player, once your rack becomes crappy after a certain point of crappiness, it doesn't matter whether it's just a little bit crappy or incredibly crappy. You're still probably going to be exchanging tiles. So it's all good, right? Like, yeah, that was probably the worst opening draw I've ever seen, but there were racks that were even a lot better than that you might see an exchange from. So he's going to exchange, move on, and get his game back on the right track.
Yeah, indeed. It doesn't matter how bad it is an exchange, and it is an exchange. It all scores 0. But that, like, if it weren't so painful, that would have been absolutely hilarious. In fact, it still was kind of hilarious, honestly. But, I have more fun when I'm in the booth. I don't have to actually look at those letters. Evan on AJNPRTU has set up his highest scoring play of Puja. And I think there's no reason not to play this, right, Will?
Yeah, this is solid. The 4 consonant leave, a little bit imbalanced, but also very synergistic. If he's able to draw vowels, he stands a fantastic chance of getting a bingo down. And it's just better than any balancing play like jupe to the E of pled, scoring only 13. Yeah, you leave a vowel and a more balanced leave, but you're scoring 16 more points with this option. So it definitely feels worth it to me. The interesting thing is that Puja taking the H hook, and Jason is not going to spend much time looking and realizing that hook is going to be a great way to balance his rack and score well, Matt.
Yeah, OOH feels like just clearly the right play here. Sneakily, though, there was a 35-point play available to Jason last turn. It may or may not have actually been better, but whoa, there's a little puzzle for you guys there. I think Will's just seen it
Oh,
now.
I just only with your yes, only with your hint. I won't spoil it yet. Not sure if anybody sees that one. That would be a very high level play, but also potentially fancy play syndrome too over this choice that Jason made, which scores very well and leaves much stronger leave of line, and you can see Jason drawing into dueling, which is going to get blocked here. So nice job by Evan to realize that with all those consonants playing through the A was sort of the spot that stands out. He gets 44 points. Not bad, Matt.
Not bad at all. This is his best option. He's got several double doubles in that spot, but no need to waste time on this. Just pick one and throw it down. 44 for Evan. He is up 87 to 29. Jason's bingo blocked means he's got a rough turn here. Oh my god. The engine wants Jason to play Ulu for 3. That's how bad this one
Is
got.
that so? That is kind of crazy. But I guess with the S of patrons, and maybe you're going to hit a lot of sevens alongside pled. And I suppose, again, Ulu would be going here, I believe. So potentially
Yep.
you set up your L, one of your 2 L's to sometimes bingo. I don't think a lot of human beings are playing that one, Matt. I feel like with something like LEU right here for 13, I would be playing that anyway, just because it's 10 more points, doesn't open yourself up to anything scary, such as the X, which would be so devastating to get hit with. And I just, I don't know. I worry a little bit about the Ingle leave being somewhat fool's gold on this board without a really obvious place for ing words to go down every time you draw them. They'll go down a lot, but it's not a lock.
LEU is a tough pill to swallow here as well. It's a strong play, except Jason's already down quite a bit, and this board is getting ugly. LEU does not take a back S. PLED does not take a back S, and this board could get very, very ugly very fast if you play that. So Jason is looking at other options. Guile in the same spot is going to make this board more open long term, and I think you just need to avoid walling yourself in that much that early. I don't think you can play LAU here. Maybe grill Grille through the R in patrons. It does keep the U, but it scores well and keeps this board a lot more open than any of your other options. That might be a reasonable play here for Jason.
Yeah, it's a good point. Guile definitely better long term at a deficit. That would score 17 points, which is solid. Grill would score 24, so you get another extra 7 points by playing through here at a cost, as you mentioned, Matt, of keeping the U on your rack, which is not something you love to do. Well, there's Jason setting up LEU. I agree with you that it has some dire consequences for the board, especially a player like Evan, who's going to be very cleverly able to defend his lead with sort of board control beyond his years. But I guess it's not crazy to imagine that I guess my problem with the Ling leave is that if you draw something starting with L ending in ing, this is not a valid 2-letter word. So that would be my big concern with that play. So Jason is certainly going to be thinking along those lines too. And this is a really tough one. These turns, again, it's fun to play bingos and slap down crazy words that you've studied, but making precise plays on moves like this is where I think Jason excels and where I think the sort of quote unquote soul of Scrabble is located.
Indeed, or to translate to Gen Z speak, as Evan did last time, LAU has bad vibes. That's the way I feel about that play. Got to open this board a little bit more. Find the play with the best vibes. I could also see an argument to be made for ruing RUING out from that R. Still throws the board open, but Jason feels differently about the vibes on this play, showing his millennialness as opposed to Evan's Gen Z-ness. LEU, and we'll see if Jason ends up getting walled in Anaconda style on this board.
Yeah, it is a risk for sure. A play like that doesn't hook with an S. Of course, there could come a point in the game where the D hook on this word, you could easily draw ED and be thankful that you have a hook in that spot. Oh man, if he plays Glenoid here, that would be hilarious. Okay, so now he's drawn an S, which will be trickier to fit on the board, Matt. Maybe there is still a place, but this could be sort of the risk of that play in action potentially.
He'll have Eloins and ED for 65 if that doesn't go away, but that's it. That kind of just shows the board is really hard for bingos, and a rack that has so many bingos, you've got only one that fits and it scores almost nothing. All right, Evan is going to play Fury. I thought this might be Fumi for 4 more points, but Fury, what he's opting for here, 25 for Evan. What do you think about that versus Fumi, Will?
Maybe just some doubts in the validity of Fumi. I feel like getting the extra 4 points for putting the M in place of that R is probably worth it. I'm not sure there is a spot on the board for the M that certainly you're not doing that to set your M up here. This is just not. There's no reason to do that. But Remnant finds its way onto Evan's rack. So this is going to be an interesting swing here, as it looks like Jason may only have. Does he really only have this
No.
Loins spot?
He's got one more now. The U up in space gives him Ligneous for 72.
Okay. So if he he sees a loins, which is going to go down right here, but that would put an S in the triple lane, which I'm sure he would love to avoid. Ligneous through this U has its own warts, placing an I right in this spot, which could really be bad news for a lot of overlaps. But it scores 7 more points, and the other option has its own warts. So there we go. He spotted it. He's going to play it, and then Evan is going to play Remnant. At least he'll have it here, let alone somewhere else that I'm not seeing. So this board has just gone from a threat of being walled in, Matt, to absolute insanity in a span of 2 turns.
Yeah, wow. All right. My concerns about being walled in were incorrect. Apparently, my millennial brain cannot understand vibes nearly as well as Jason. Jason is a Sejop teacher, so he's surrounded by Gen Z and maybe even Gen Alpha now every single day. Maybe he can establish vibes a little bit better. Lignius has come down. Remnant just plays in the 1 spot for 67. I don't think we'll see Evan think for much longer on this turn before that happens. But Jason, at least temporarily, taking a 2-point lead. We'll see what this post bingo draw has. He'd love to get an S with Remnant about to come down.
Well, he's not sure that last letter is going to be important for him here, especially with that N available on the board. Oh, not quite. Okay. So this would, for those of you in the chat from international zones, no bingo available here for Jason. He's going to have to get creative. And he did not draw a vowel that lets him overlap either the L of Lignius or to go down in this beautiful new scoring spot alongside Remnant, Matt. So depending on what Evan draws, this is a big opportunity for him to seize control.
Yeah, wow. This board shape, I feel like Jason's supposed to average like 40 to 45 per turn-ish, but he's drawn so poorly that the best he can do is like low mid-20s. That is a rough draw for him and a great draw for Evan. ABCEMN blank the post bingo draws. You feel the momentum shifting to the left in this game. But is Jason set up whittling? Is he thinking about trying
with
that?
2 T's, yeah, I was gonna say he's potentially thinking about playing whittling with 2 T's into one of these ends. We saw him play chiefing yesterday against Michael Fagan, Matt. Could he go back to the well against a player that he perceives to be less experienced and maybe less booked up on the dictionary?
He could go for it, but we see the blank on Evan's rack. Jason doesn't see that. I don't think it's quite late enough to try something in desperation, but maybe Jason thinks it's a word. He's focused
Yeah,
on Twilight right now, which would be a really strong option as well.
Yeah, Twilight, I guess he would be thinking of playing that here to obstruct some of the possible damage. If you play Twilight in that spot, making LI, that cuts off the ability to overlap going from left to right into the eye of Lignius. So that could be a thought there. I do feel like leaving just the G by itself is a bitter pill to swallow, but reasonable choice, I feel, by Jason here, Matt. I think it's either that or something longer using the W and the G into the ends of Remnant. Could go either way here. I probably would have just embraced the chaos and played something like Whittling or even Witting, which is kind of even more insane.
Whitting actually won the sim, even though it does take the front T and just opens up maximum chaos. I think in Jason's situation, maximum chaos might be a good thing for him. But alas, Twilight, the decision he makes, Twilight does decrease Evan's average score next turn by 3 points over some of the other options, and even more over Whitting. So just playing a little bit of defense is Jason. He trails by 40, and Evan's on turn. ABCEMN blank does not yield any bingos to Evan on this board, but it does feel like it should, especially with the floaters out there. The I in Twilight, the T in Remnant and in Twilight, the A in Remnant as well, all look like they should seed something. This is probably a turn where we see Evan buckle down, scribble some stuff on his paper, try to find a bingo, but nobody's home there.
Yeah, the only saving grace towards that sort of way this turn could play out for Evan, as you described, Matt, is the fact that Beam for 44, leaving CN blank, is such a strong play and is probably going to be better than a lot of the bingos that he has playable here. Such a good score, closes up the Remnants hook, leaves the blank for next turn, does so many good things, and he's going to go for this, maybe realizing that, hey, could I be missing a bingo here? Yes, but the odds of that bingo actually being worse than this play are pretty good here. It would have to be a very, very strong bingo to warrant playing over this. So he's able to get away from this quickly. And again, such maturity from young Evan Chester, Matt.
Yeah, great point. I don't need to spend the time looking for a bingo if Beam is just better than pretty much all of them anyway. So good stuff there from Evan. What has he drawn? This looks very promising. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Exactly what Evan was hoping to draw. And Jason on EEEGHIT feels his odds evaporating in this one. GHEE for 32 points right here is clearly his play, and he's not going to spend any more time on it. The G in space is not going to give anything to Evan, but the M that he put at the bottom of this board means 95 points coming Evan's way if he makes the right play here.
Wow, yeah, there is a play from that M, which is really, really nice. I do feel like if he does not spot that one, he will for sure know and spot Scanted and Pujas here. I think there's no way he's letting that get past him. The only question from there is, can he make one of his even flashier finds here? But look at that. Jason has out
Whoa.
guide as a triple
Oh my
triple to come
God.
back.
Whoa. What a.
Incredible.
Now, hang on. There is a universe where that doesn't happen. Evan has 95 from the M, but he also has 86 with a 9-letter bingo through the RE on the board. It's a reasonably common word, and if Evan is truly concerned about the G, as he should be with the lead of 223 to 171, maybe Evan finds it. Maybe he spins the extra second. Maybe Evan sees 86 points and blocks out guide.
That would be insane. And I feel like it would be next to impossible for him to ascribe that level of threat to this open G, where he would need to try to find a bingo through RE that blocks the triple triple. Not sure what, if anyone in the chat has pointed out that there is, as you say, Matt, a word that plays in that spot, but it scores 86 points compared to 95 in the lower corner. It feels like 9 points a lot to give up, but maybe at this score you could consider it, because you're going to be going up by so much that the 9 timer, the triple triple through the G, is really your biggest threat once you bingo. So this would be a shocker if Evan somehow finds a way to do this. I just want to emphasize, though, that this is the ultimate Monday morning quarterbacking and, in the booth omniscience here. I don't think I'm ever even seeing the 9 through RE. And even if I see all the options, I'm probably taking the points here.
Oh, yeah, I would take the points in any situation where I'm not looking directly at Jason's rack here. If I see 95 on bottom, I'm taking it. But the fact that Evan hasn't played it yet makes me think maybe he's not going to. And then it's a matter of, well, what other bingo does he find? Yeah, uncatered through the RE would be the 9.
Yeah, which I
Maybe not
don't
one.
think, if you haven't studied this, Matt, I would be terrified to play this over something I'm sure of. This
Right,
is
right.
not an obviously acceptable word. That party was uncatered. I mean, that seems, I mean,
Stupid.
oh,
Oh,
now this is not what we want, though. Cognate only a noun. Oh my gosh, this is a huge swing, Matt.
and Jason has to challenge. Outguide just got blocked by a phony bingo. This is challenged almost immediately. A massive swing in this game. My goodness.
Wow, crazy, crazy swing. Of course, the motivation for Evan playing this is cognate is a valid word, and you really want to block that G if at all possible. So this is sort of aspirational, and he gets the bad news that it's going to come off. Now, look, Jason is going to get 131 points if he spots out guide here, but then Evan is going to come back and almost certainly find a bingo. It's going to be a close game even after the exchange here. So that is a huge mistake by Evan, without question. But this game is far from over.
And here it comes, Jason wasting absolutely no time on this. As Jason puts down and designates the blank, this is 131, as Will said. I'll throw a little puzzle out there. There is a 62.9 available for Jason. If anybody studies nines, this one is weird. It's a Scrabble word. But if someone wants something else to do, a little puzzle on Sunday morning, find Jason's 9, 62 point.
I would never find it. I
Me
just
neither.
looked. So Evan, let me also add that there are a lot of weird words that start with the prefix out. Doesn't look like Evan is batting an eye at this, but I was a little concerned that he might potentially challenge that word too. But he's let it he's let it stay on the board, which is of course correct. It is valid. But yeah, Evan now down by 80, and he's going to be able to score 80 right back. Here we go. This is what he probably feels like he should have played to begin with. And after all is said and done, when the dust clears, it looks like it's going to be an even game, Matt.
Evan 303, Jason 302, as I get the scores updated here. What an interesting one we've seen so far. ACDFIIW, the post bingo draw for Jason. Down by 1, but not for long. Jason has 58 points.
Oh my God. Yeah, this normally looks like a horrendous draw with sort of poor two eyes and a whole bunch of clunky consonants together. But now, finally, we're going to be seeing this spot get used up. And in a huge way, no chance Jason misses the points he has on offer up there. By far his best play. It looks like he is quickly assembling it. No need to delay. Nicely spotted by him. Wow. 58, Matt. That's insane.
That doesn't feel right. That's dirty, but 58 indeed is the score on that. 360 to 303 after just some insane last few turns in this one. Evan is going to have to do what it is hard to do early on in a Scrabble career. He's going to have to stay calm and collected, shake off the blunder he made a couple turns ago, and try to claw back into this one. I know that comes with maturity. Evan, a younger player, we'll see if he's able to lock in and finish this one strong. Trying to throw a little bit more Gen Z slang in there. Lock in. Let's do it.
As I mentioned, Evan, my clubmate here in the Philly suburb area, Delaware County, and he really does have the mindset of the top Scrabble player. Very unflappable, very just, if he makes a mistake, he's able to goldfish that out of his memory quickly. But I would add that this is his first time on the live stream at a big Let's Play Scrabble tournament or a similarly big tournament. And that to me is what might require a little experience. Is you feel like, oh my God, I just made a mistake. For an audience of lots of people, probably over 100 I'm not seeing, but who knows, multiple hundreds. And that is what gets into your mind a little bit more so than a club game or just a regular tournament game. So hopefully, as you say, he's able to move past that and realize he has very legitimate winning chances here. He has an S, not a great spot on the board to end a word in an S, but he's got a lifeline in a bingo line right here. So if he's able to play something, getting those clunky tiles off, I guess I'm not sure if just FAY is good enough here, but at least it scores well. And he doesn't know this, Matt, but it's going to block Jason from playing Fizz up there to widen his lead.
Yeah, I wonder if Jason's even going to play Fizz next turn. Quiz through the U and Puja is also really good for him here. If you can shed all of it at once, not get bogged down by it. But Fizz is a ton of points. As for Evan, it looks like he's looking at FAV instead. I'm not sure I like this. The V feels stronger than the Y with the rest of these letters. You think he's got some kind of plan, Will?
I don't know what the rationale is there. I do know it's probably pretty close between those, but I just feel like you could definitely see a bunch of leaves. If you replace that Y with a V and you redraw another E from the bag, all of a sudden you're looking at more realistic bingo chances with something like re-gives or rivages and things of that nature, whereas the Y is going to be a little tougher to bingo with. So maybe a slight misevaluation of your bingo chances by playing the V versus the Y. But two very, very close plays, and it is over to Jason now. As you said, Matt, that play of quiz looks fantastic. Just to shed the Q now while you have a good place to do it. I wonder if he is not going to see it. It looks like he has QAD set up for quad here, which that, I guess, keeping the Z could be handy, but that only scores 22 compared to 38 for quiz, which really, that's a lot of points to give up.
Yeah, and the Z just doesn't look like it does much for you on this board. If you could hold the Z or the D to go with it, ADZ from the A and scanted stays available, but otherwise, I'm not seeing a compelling reason to hold on to the Z in this game. So Quiz is just a better play than Quid, as Jason's got set up now, or Quad. Sim's about 6 or 7 points ahead of the other options, but maybe just a little blindness on REZ there. It's a weird play to spot.
Yeah, very. It's definitely a play that I could see myself miss in the same spot. I haven't seen any evidence that he's considering it, but he still has time. Both players doing pretty well on the clock. I feel like my personal rule of thumb, try to get to the pre-end game with 10 minutes on the clock. Both players have done that. They've confidently made a number of very, very good plays. Unfortunately for Evan, he confidently made the play of cognated, which definitely changed the entire complexion of this game. But other than that, that's a big if, but other than that, very, very well played game so far by both players.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, the top level Scrabble you come to expect from these guys. It's just really a treat to watch, honestly. And I I love that we're seeing like a new generation come into the game. Evan Chester, you know, I used to be the young gun, the young kid in this game a decade ago, and it feels weird, but also like insanely awesome that there's a whole crop of younger players like Evan coming up, getting really good, really fast, and showing us washed up has-beens what's up.
100% couldn't agree more. And something I take a lot of pride in is that Evan says that he first learned of competitive Scrabble through the YouTube scene. So he came to our community by watching YouTube content. That's why it's so important what we're doing here, getting our game in front of a new audience that might not even know that our subculture exists, and people that dive in headfirst into our world and, like Evan has just taken to it immediately. So this is the YouTube ecosystem in action. It's really amazing and gratifying, you know, for LPS and myself on my channel to be a part of it.
Whoa. Ads now.
Very interesting play. I am surprised by that just because the queue does not have fantastic options here. Not only that, I guess you still retain the ability to play QUAI if you desperately need it, but that is not a play to hang your hat on here. Is Jason just doing this to put a really bad tile in this spot so that Evan can't make a play that opens a better tile there? I'm not 100% sure on this one, Matt.
I hate it. I hate it. There's just no reason to do that. Like, if you're not going to play quad or quid or quiz, then at least block the bingo line next to outguide. What are you what is the thought there? I'm sure we'll catch it in post-mortem, but that feels very, very off to me.
Yeah, it's a surprise for sure. Evan going to balance his rack with edgy as he gets a little bit closer to bingoing himself. That M now between this spot here and the M, Evan has good chances of hitting something, and Jason now continues to have this Q that he could have shed last turn. That's going to be a bit of an albatross. How does he even get rid of it? I mean, it's just those plays that I mentioned, Matt. I feel like you have this here, which burns both of your two vowels, or just chi. That's it. Oh, heavens draw, though.
Evan. Oh man, again, last game he pulled a bunch of vowels late when he was in bingo range. He's done it again here. You see him shaking his head. Evan, don't do that after you watch the stream. Don't shake your head when you draw bad. All right. I think Jason is gonna play Yak, Y-A-C-K from the Y. That will knock out the M. And that scores so well that even if Evan's able to bingo alongside outguide, Jason can win the game a good number of the time just by outrunning and outscoring, especially if he's able to stack QI alongside it. Looks like he's also thinking about back here, making web. I'd play Yak. I would knock out the M. I would try to take away my opponent's bingo options. The unseen pool is not great. There's a lot of vowels out there, but there's still enough in there that I think damage could be done. I'd be blocking here.
Yeah, Yak definitely looks great. The play that you mentioned of just playing something with web does nothing to address either of the two prominent spots on the board that you're looking at from your opponent here if you're Jason. So I do feel like Yak is called for, scoring extremely well. Yeah, keeping the B and the Q together going into next turn, not great, but I think positionally it is so commanding for the reasons that you described. So let's see what he goes with here. I like it a lot. And if you're looking at the pool, this is pretty solid, although it is very vowel heavy too, Matt. Look at this unseen pool.
Yeah, yeah. And edgy, I feel like that's a play that suggests two vowels, two consonants on the leave most of the time. So vowel trouble, pretty likely for my opponent. But if he's got vowels, and I'm going to win. I need to be worried about what if he did get the goodies. And the goodies are going to play from that M very often, especially with so many vowels in the pool. The extra consonant will help. You got to
On
play
that
Yak.
on that point, is there an argument to be made instead of edgy to play just YE, keeping the G along with, so instead of edgy leaving INSE, now imagine you put a G in there, right? Like that's
Ooh.
looking a little better for your bingo chances. Of course, drawing II is still going to be a killer. I just wonder if maybe that little tweak might have been warranted given the pool from Evan's perspective. Yi would have scored 18 compared to Edgy's 26, so a big sacrifice. And wow, we do see back go down. I guess I'm surprised by that as well, Matt.
Yeah, I just two back-to-back plays from Jason that I really don't like. I mean, he's a smart guy with good reasons for making the plays, but I don't see it. I don't get it.
Yeah, it just doesn't really address the two prime spots where you'd be worried about. And it leaves, oh, you know what's kind of nice about this, though? In this particular case, Yak would have left 7 tiles in the bag, and this leaves 6. So Evan is now powerless to exchange tiles, which he may have wanted to do on his previous turn. Although you also, if you exchange here, you really run the risk of Jason simply outrunning you. So maybe exchanging was never that realistic, especially with something like Ahi
Yeah,
available here for 17. That might always have been better than an exchange given the game state. But
correct.
yeah, just a little, I don't think that is a strong argument in favor of back. It's just a difference between the two plays.
Yeah, with Ahi available, you can't exchange. Otherwise, I do think that makes a ton of sense to do here. But 17 points, put just a little bit more points on the board. That's what you have to do, because even if you exchange, bingos are going to lose a whole lot of the time. So you'd like to play off 2 of the eyes if you can, but you can't. Ahi's got to be Evan's play, and here it comes.
Yeah, definitely called for here, especially with no exchanging on the table. 17 points. Yeah, you leave the 2 eyes, but if you can just draw a couple, maybe an R, yeah, that would be nice. Maybe RV Minivers, that would be fantastic to draw from the M down low.
Ooh,
Maybe that's what you're hoping for. And RX instead the draw.
interesting. He'll have one more turn, I think, in this game. I don't know what Jason's going to do. He's been sitting on this Q now for a while. He can play QI and IRE, open a bingo line when that's the one thing you don't want to do in this game state. You can play QI above the I and Twilight for 11, or you can sit on the Q for one more turn, but I would I don't want to do that at all if I'm Jason. This is really hard. Really, really hard.
Yeah, an unspoken benefit about the Ahi play is that it totally ruins Jason's plans of maybe he was hoping that this spot would just be a lifeline that stays unblocked forever, right? Like this is really off the beaten path right here to imagine a play going down. Jason might have been thinking, well, I'll just make these other plays, and if I ever need to dump the queue, I'll do it here for 20 plus. No longer an option. He's going to have to take a much more underwhelming score here, or keep the queue again, which that poison staying on your rack for any longer than necessary could be really dangerous. So I don't know. I'm wanting to dump it here, but I do worry a little bit that with 4 tiles in the bag, and these are the unseen tiles, I worry that dumping the Q and allowing Evan to somehow, with an X, if he's able to just play off that X somewhere for a good score, now I am sweating a bit.
Yeah, there are 4 tiles in the bag, so I'd like to play like 2 or 3 here and make Evan's life hard, give me more information for next turn as well. The fewer tiles that will be unseen to me next turn, the more of a grasp I have on what Evan might have and what I need to block. Jason might play QIS and ES to leave 1 in the bag. And like from an equity perspective, that feels terrible, but I think it scores just enough that like most of the time he's going to win end games, even if Evan bingos.
Yeah, so that is a really counterintuitive play. As you mentioned, this is not, do not try this at home, kids. This is not a normal play, not a normal way you would deploy your S. But I do feel like this has, excuse me, good logic behind it because of the number of tiles in the bag situation. So I like it for that reason. And it puts Evan in a tough spot here. Only 1 tile in the bag. And that is the virtue of this play, Matt. Now, Evan can't use more than 1 tile to score points and get closer. So normally a play like Taxi would be great, scoring 26, maybe even reopening this spot to plays with MIS going across. But if you do this, you have 6 tiles on your rack in the end game. Not good enough.
Right. What does Evan do now? It looks like he's thinking of fishing the X. If he plays TAX for 10 and draws the V, he'll have Miniverse. And I think Jason could block that by playing down from the G, like literally GORE or something.
Yeah. I
guess
think
Miniverse
even if
is constructed.
he would need a second spot, which I'm not sure he's going to have. So it's as good a try as I can come up with, but it does feel like Jason should be fine after that play.
What else can he fish for? Ironies won't play. Noisier would play alongside Outguide, but because Jason played 3 tiles next turn, he'll know what Evan's rack is. He'll know if it's Noisier or if it's Miniverse, and he'll be able to block accordingly. So Jason almost backed himself into a corner on the ADZ play when he kept the queue, but he was able to use giant brain power to step out of the sticky situation he had put himself into. Man, such a good play was QIS.
Well, Noisier and Ironizes actually both fit. So
Oh,
you can fish for an O that fits in 2 spots. But as we can see, Jason with all 3 O's, and the last tile in the bag appears to be an E. So that's not going to work out. But that feels like even those plays will not win the game necessarily, because of the score gap right now is 70 points. It's going to go down to 60 points here. Oh, man, that gets pretty close, actually, Matt. But I think Jason should still be able to squeak that out.
uh, I'm gonna run it through, but yeah, I think Jason ends up winning if Evan does pick up one of the O's.
Just like something like, oh, remember, imagine one of these O's is an E instead, right? What if he just plays overran? You know,
Yeah,
something into this this spot here. Oh, nice idea by Evan to play X'd instead. Although I think that gives Jason even more points to be able to outrun bingos here. But yeah, I think should still be fine if he hit his miracle O that he's probably hoping for.
Right, yeah, the O, exactly as you said, overran would have outrun, and actually Jason would have had an even sicker play, Locavore from the LC, making some overlaps. That would have been even better way, but
Oh
overran
my
would have done it.
God. Locavore. Imagine the X isn't there. That is completely bonkers.
That's so good, so
Paging
good.
Nigel, paging Nigel Richards to come find that for us. But yeah, that would be pretty cool. So in any case, Evan doesn't hit seemingly anything. So Jason can pretty much go about his business here and play as he probably wants to do, Arvo and Axed, and be just fine here in this end game. So wow, Matt, this was insane. Evan had Jason on the ropes for a while. It was going to be a crazy game in that out guide sequence, even if Evan played scanted one turn earlier. But you can see Evan's body language. I think he feels like he let one get away here.
Yeah, man, that's some of the absolute heartbreak that comes in competitive Scrabble, and I sympathize with the guy, but hey, everybody makes mistakes all the time. This one just feels extra painful given the tournament stakes, given that it's on the stream, given that it's against a guy who just stepped into first place. But hey, you learn some valuable lessons in Scrabble the hard way, and Evan's got one to learn from here. I wouldn't say he's sunk in the tournament, but with the spread that he's got, I don't think first is in the cards for Evan anymore.
Yeah, the tiebreaker was going to be important for him to allow him to, he can't really win that tiebreaker, so he has to keep winning to stay clear of his closest competition. But a big win here for Jason Lee as he keeps his grip on first place, and he sets himself up beautifully in the last two games. So very exciting stuff here. As we showed prior to the game, it is a huge logjam with other players all sitting at 9-3. I believe the other two of those players were David Spargo and Mike Thielen, who we saw in the first game. So it's going to be a battle to the finish in the WoW division, and I'm very excited for it.
Here comes Arvo for Jason, which is going to be his game-winning play. EEIINRS is not going to bingo for Evan, and we'll just figure out what happens in the end game here. But 2 games still to come. Anything can happen. And man, Jason Lee has seemed to have stepped up his game to like another level in the last year or so. He finished 7th at the Word Cup, 5th at the Albany Boblin Superstars division, although he was leading with, I think, 2 games to go. He had a win in Montreal at the Montreal Scrabble Classic, shown here on Let's Play Scrabble at 12-3, and a win in Gananoque last November as well. So 2 tournament wins, 2 top 7 finishes at major tournaments for Jason, and he's in first place here in Lake George. He must be doing something different. He's been having some incredible results recently, and that's reflected in his rating of 2018.
Yeah, I'm friends with Jason. I actually used to play Boggle on the internet with Jason for over a decade before either of us ever met in person. So I've known Jason for an extremely long time, and he's a friend. He's told me that in the last year plus or so, he's come off of a hiatus from studying words again, which is that secret sauce that goes a long way in this game. And clearly that extra command of the dictionary, that I think would be what's manifesting itself in his rating and in his performance. I would say also, I have a terrible record against Jason Lee. He is so savvy strategically. In this game, I feel like there were a couple moves that he might want to have back towards the, handling of the queue down the stretch. Didn't cost him. And overall, I think of that as a huge aberration. He is a very, very fine strategic player. So fun to watch. And this has been probably one of the more exciting games I've seen on the stream, not for the reasons that Evan probably wants here, but a great win for Jason.
We are 2 for 2 on exciting up and down roller coaster games this morning, and I'm hoping we can go 4 for 4 across the stream. If you haven't yet, please hit that thumbs up button. We got 2 games to go, including our final round matchup. $1,500 at stakes in the WoW division for first place. First place in the CSW division, $2,500 over there, thanks to a donation from Bob Lynn. So tons of money being ponied up to whoever's able to come out on top here. Please help bump us up that algorithm. Please hit the thumbs up button. If you haven't subscribed to the Let's Play Scrabble channel yet, please do that as well. You will be entertained by this, by Madison in 2 weeks, by the World Scrabble Championship next month as well. Support the channel. And if you really love online Scrabble, maybe, just maybe, hit that join button. $5 a month goes so far to help Josh and Kieran put on more events and grow Scrabble streaming. Here comes Orzo and Out, and we'll cut to Overhead Mike.
It's
492.
yeah, 492 to 404.
What was in the bag?
E.
Oh, so you didn't have Rexines. I was like, oh.
No, if I had Rex signs, I would have. I mean, I figured this was a better idea than going for that because I hit with an AOR.
I see.
Actually, no, not the R. Never mind. But an A or an O hits a bingo in both spots.
Okay, nice.
If I draw the O, you can block with overran though. If I draw the A, I might be fine. I don't know what
Is there more? You have something here? More rays or something?
No, I'd have 2 eyes.
Oh,
No, I don't know if there was anything.
tricky.
Yeah, it's tricky, but if I hold into scenario, it plays on both columns, and I'm not exactly sure how you go about blocking that. But, I mean, yeah, I
mean, listen, cognate takes an S.
yeah,
It's no D. It's like one of those words.
yeah, I learned that the hard way. I did it. I can't, you did a really nice job of making it come back. Can't, yeah, the triple helps.
Would you drop a block somewhere? No, you would just bingo somewhere else.
I don't know if I had a 9. I looked for a while for a 9 through RE, but didn't find one. Recanted plus blank.
492, 4 is that?
Yeah. I goofed the end game, but
Yeah. I mean, no. I mean, it's fine because I'd also here, so I might have played that.
okay.
So you blocked that. So
Yeah, I just for whatever reason in my mind you had 2 R's. On the
I
turn,
see.
So yeah, just take
a little bit more points.
Yeah, just.
So that's 88. Twilight.
Yeah,
Would you have accepted Whittling?
I don't think I would have. No.
I mean, Whittling is good, and Whittling with an H is good.
Yeah, I don't think I would have accepted it
I
without.
didn't think so.
the
Either
H.
G.
No, Twilight's still a nice find though. Yeah, so I'm 99% sure I missed a bingo on that turn, but that also probably wasn't much worse.
You had a
CN blank.
Ambience.
That didn't fit.
C what? C.
CN blank. So ambience didn't fit through the A.
No. Oh no, that's.
Yeah.
But this is. I know this is good enough.
No, I was just thinking like even if I'm missing stuff, then
You don't want to put your A? A bean?
what?
A bean.
I only had one.
Oh, you had one.
Yeah.
What was the last time?
CN.
Oh, CN. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, no, whatever. It's fine. You just-
Yeah, no, it's. I was like, this can't be much worse than bingo.
Exactly. Sorry, I don't know if I would ever bingo because the bingo opens a lot of the board. It's just close.
Yeah,
And you have a decent lead. So.
for sure. I figured that, even if I'm missing stuff, like I'm. Oh, so yeah, Cabman blank makes no 7s. I didn't actually miss anything. I don't think. There's only 5 8s and nothing through the remnants floaters. So
Oh, maybe nothing. Okay. All right.
Okay. Well,
I've queued
cool.
for the longest time.
yeah, I was.
That's why I was so slow. I was playing this. I was like, play this. But then you blocked it here. I was like, I have a Q spot here. And you just blocked it. I was like, oh.
So yeah, well, that's because I would have.
Red vowels, heavy vowels.
I had 3 eyes on this turn.
I figured
and
there was something.
As soon as Inia gets blocked, I'm feeling,
Oh, you were gonna play Inia there.
I would have played Inia, yeah, set up the new line and get rid of 2 of the 3 eyes.
That's nice.
Yeah, but yeah, it gets taken out, and so I'm settled to try to still hit a bingo with the worst leave.
All right.
Yeah, no, good game.
All right, good game indeed between Evan Chester and Jason Lee. We'll let them get the tile situated. Hearing from production team that CSW could be sewn up in this next round, so I believe our next matchup is going to be Josh Sokol, who has been leading this event for a while now, versus Matthew O'Connor. If Josh wins one of his next 2 games, he will win $2,500 and this CSW field. We've got the standings for CSW to show you all just exactly what these stakes are. We'll cut over to them, but there's Josh 11-2 with 1 million spread points. Matthew O'Connor 1 game behind, but effectively 2 games behind with that spread. Josh Sokol just beat Matthew Tunnicliffe big to put himself into this situation. So that's what we're going to show next. Josh Sokol, Matthew O'Connor. If Josh wins, he wins $2,500. And Josh has also promised to jump into Lake George if he wins this tournament. I have promised to jump into Lake George alongside Josh Sokol because I'm just crazy like that. So you may get a little bonus coverage after the tournament. If Josh wins this game, he and I are jumping in the lake. And I'll see what we can do about getting that posted on the internet, because of course that needs to be posted on the internet. So Josh Sokol, Matthew O'Connor, money game, $2,500 and a polar plunge coming up soon. We're going to take a little break, show it in just a few minutes. Music's already in. See you soon. All right, here we are in what could be the deciding game of the CSW division here from Lake George, New York. 2 rounds to go, but this could be the clincher. As we showed earlier, Josh Sokol, 1 game and spread up on second place, Matthew O'Connor. So perhaps there's about a coin flip chance that Josh will be jumping in the lake after this round. We'll see. Players are already down and situated. I'm sure these players need no introduction to anybody established in Scrabble, but Will, give us just a quick scouting report on Josh and Matt as we cut over to the board.
Yeah, Josh Sokol, one of our top content creators, Twitch streamer, YouTuber, 2023 North American Scrabble champion. Matthew O'Connor himself, I believe, a World Youth Scrabble champion. These are 2 players. You see the ratings there, Matt, 2085 and 2089. Those are very lofty numbers in the Scrabble scene. And really, I think I would give them the same prognostication for the skill sets that they have in the Collins lexicon. I think of these 2 guys as being great play pickers when between the words they see. Every so often, you will see a word knowledge slip up. Not often. At that rating level, it's not a common occurrence. But I do feel like their game is savvy, strategy, board control, planning. Every so often you might see a word knowledge mistake, and we'll see what happens in this game. In fact, you're equally likely to see a beautifully played game with no word knowledge issues on both sides, and maybe that's what we're going to see right here.
We'll see. The only time and the tiles will tell how this one's going to shake out. Beiorv. Josh has to decide between 2 5s, Bevor, as he's putting down here, or Vireo, Vireo. Maybe also some merit for OBO, keeping things tight. But I do like playing long. I think I would have played Vireo, though. What do you think, Will?
Wow, very close between those 2 plays. I guess the 2 vowels, you're getting 2 extra points for this, but leaving 2 vowels compared to Vireo, which leaves BO, which is also not anything to write home about. So really, really close plays. I guess I also might have given the nod to Vireo, but it's really, really close and pretty close to a coin flip as we move over to Matthew with kind of weird 2 D's, a U, a Y. He's got some problems to clean up here, Matt.
He does, but he's got a nice, easy way to do it. Just the 5-letter buddy, Buddy, has to be the play here for Matthew. And there it is.
Yeah, that does address all the issues. Not only gets rid of one of the 2 Ds, but both, and then the U and the Y, the 2 weakest bingo tiles left on the rack. And I would add that Matthew, I think both of these players capable of playing with great, great pace. But certainly Matthew especially is so good with the clock. He really puts a lot of pressure on his opponents a lot of the time with his pace of play. I don't think Josh Sokol is particularly susceptible to that as someone capable of playing quite fast himself, but you never know. We'll see how that shakes out here as he draws the first blank, Matt, and should be able to strike with it.
He does. He's got just 1 playable bingo lined up on this next turn, and it doesn't score super well. Wonder how long Josh will spend on this turn, but just 1 bingo, a very pedestrian one at that, scores 66.
Yeah, I think most folks in the chat probably, with that little hint, might be able to spot this one, even if you are not as experienced with studying the dictionary. The thing that comes to my mind when this word is eventually spotted, and maybe it already has been, extensions. Could we see any interesting extensions there? I think the one that comes to mind immediately when I'll just spoil it now. Covering through the R of Bevor, the only bingo. Discovering would be a nice play, but also bed covering.
Oh, really?
That would be an insane extension to see come down, Matt.
Bed cover is listed in the lexicon as a noun, so I guess a bed covering is, yeah, it's also a noun. wild. I wonder if these players know that word, would try that word. But both of these players definitely take that extra level into their game and look for those extensions. I love how they're hitting similar body language, both just like slouched over. I promise, guys, Scrabble is actually fun, despite how these guys make it look.
It is fun. It's fun, especially if you enjoy, pain and agony. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. It actually is tremendous fun to get into that flow state where you're completely focused on making your decisions. And I know both of these players in this must-win game, certainly for Matthew, but also Josh wanting to clinch, are going to be locked in for this one. That's why I think Josh is taking his time. I'm betting that he saw covering through the R very, very quickly, and he's looking for something better that will hit a better bonus square, something off of one of the Ds of Buddy. The second D would be amazing if you could get a double-double there, but he will eventually come to grips with none of those plays being available. It is worth noting, too, Matt, that just Veggie, if I put it on the board, this is a pretty solid option. If he were to somehow miss covering, scoring 30, leaving CO blank with odds of getting a better bingo next turn, that's not the worst play either, but he is going to play covering, which I think we agree is correct for him here.
Yeah, Sims got Veggie down by just 4 points, so not a bad option. And that's probably why Josh took the extra time there, thinking about passing up on the bingo, but just a little bit too much for him. Josh up 92-24. And Matt, with another kind of softball of a turn, Buddy was very straightforward, and this one ought to be as well. The 5-letter Qanat, Q-A-N-A-T, threw that blank in. Unless he suffers from blank blindness, that's what he ought to do here.
Yeah, for sure. So it is tempting. So the play of Kanat here is probably the best play. But if I'm Matthew, I'm at least thinking about playing Qua, holding an A in reserve here, just because it sets up such a nice lane if you were to draw a 7 ending in A. So those would be the options, but he is going to opt for the 11 extra points. I agree with you, Matt. This is the play for him, but nice draw for Josh in response here.
Oh, nice job indeed. CEILMNO, the pull for him. He's on a lead and he's got another bingo. The T in space gives him just one playable bingo again. None of these bingos have scored well for Josh, but you can't complain about drawing 2 bingos in the first 3 turns.
Yeah, this one is one of those that is valid only in the Collins lexicon, and I would view that as a kind of Achilles heel for anybody switching over from the North American lexicon. Those are the ones you have to pay a little extra attention to. That being said, I do expect him to find this. If he doesn't find it, he has double doubles through this O, such as monocle or its anagram Loco Men, which would be a good consolation prize of 44 points, but leaving 20 points on the board here, not something he is looking to do. Let's see if he can spot it. And that is, as you mentioned, Matt, his only bingo here. So sometimes you get those strategic tests of those little in-between plays. Do I play for 8 or 14 points? Other times you get the test of, have you studied? Can you find this bingo? An obscure one here.
Yeah, if there is a bingo likely to trip Josh up, it's one that is CSW only. He's still a little bit shaky on that stuff. I don't even know that he's seen every Collins word once in his word study. So I'd be surprised to see him miss something as high probability as Monticle. But hey, everybody's got holes in their games, and Josh's right now is those CSW only words. Monticle outside the top 5,000 in probability order. So not like a automatic word that we would expect everybody at the top level to know.
Yeah, for sure. Thomas Ranke saying Will is eternally optimistic about people finding bingos. I guess I am just an optimist, Matt. I want to believe that everybody is going to make these fantastic finds. I almost want to manifest it into existence because we love seeing people play crazy words. But I don't know if being an optimist is a crime, then send me to jail, I suppose.
All right, straight to jail. Go.
All right. See you, everybody. Matt flying solo. It's been fun. No, just kidding. So, yeah, he hasn't shown any sign of seeing it, Matt.
No, he hasn't. He's got Mick set up on his rack now. I think Josh is just kind of dissociating to the astral plane for a few minutes. This turn really chewing him up. I don't know that he spotted the double double. I don't know that he spotted the bingo. He's just sitting there making funny faces, and he's been doing it for about 3 minutes. That's a bold strategy, Cotton. We'll see if it works for him.
Let's see if it pays off. That's right. Yeah, he's doing some shuffling here. I feel like he might be in that horrible state of feeling for sure like there is something here, but it's just not coming no matter how much he shuffles tiles and plays around with it. You get into those situations. The problem, though, is that sometimes you get into those situations where you have that instinct and there actually is nothing there. So you can't just rely on having that little itch that there is a bingo available here, because you would be wasting a huge amount of time on a whole slew of turns where you actually do not have anything, I should say. But I do feel like that's where he is right now mentally, just feeling like, oh my God, I know I'm missing something. I'm going to eventually have to make a play if I can't find it. And it doesn't feel good, but there we go. Confirmation.
Oh,
Looks like
Oinomal.
Oinomel. Yeah, Oinomel. So this is 8 points sacrifice over Monocle in that same spot. So there you go. I did say it pre-game, Matt, that if either of these players were to make a mistake, it would potentially be likelier to see it as a word knowledge situation than a strategic one.
He hasn't hit the clock. Like, he knows this isn't the right move. That spidey sense was going off, but finally he does press the button. He's going to kick himself when he goes back and sees not only did he miss the double doubles, but also the bingo on that turn. Odd play from Josh, uncharacteristic miss, but he does still have a commanding lead, 128-59. Matthew drawing some of the same tiles we saw Jason Lee open last game with. Jason, of course, E, his first rack. Matthew's found 5 of those, but an N and a Z to go with it. Matthew can score.
I got a play I'm rooting for. Matt. It's this. I'm rooting for this to go down.
Ooh, tell us more, Will.
Because this would be so fun, just because you got that Z and you can set it up with a play like this right here. So I feel like that could be flashy play syndrome, especially because you just have an obvious place to play the Z, but that leaves you so imbalanced either way. No matter what you play here, ZEIN leaves you with 4 vowels, or ZEE leaves you with an N and 4 vowels. This play preserves your ability to play this next turn in a more balanced way and increases your upside by playing in an even better spot. So I feel like, look at this. Oh, he has clearly spotted it, I think, and this would be so cool to see go down.
Oh my God. This play also absolutely crushing a simulation, 8 points ahead of any other option. And if he does pick another option, it's the ridiculous Ezine, EZINE, and OE, opening a triple. So this is huge. Well done by Matthew.
Yes. Oh, it's so good. That's really awesome to see that go down. I feel like that's exactly the sort of play that I feel like I can see in the omniscient in the booth calling the game, but seeing it over the board is so much different when you're juggling everything. And I look at Josh's reaction. I feel like he might be on to what's going on here. Just look at his body language. He's got a little smirk. I feel like he might know what's up. And if he does, the thing is, he's got crook here, but it doesn't actually block the Z because it puts an O in the worst possible spot.
Would you play ROK instead? Like, are you that pegged on a Z? Josh, you see it on his face. He knows. and he's going to set up the Z anyway.
Yeah, look, I mean, oddly, this actually does block a lot of Z plays, right? Like you can't play ZE here once you put the O. The only thing that you really regret is an O on Matthew's rack. So as scary as this looks, and yeah, you are going to get hit with ZO some of the time after this play. Look at Matthew's actual tiles. He cannot really productively use that spot unless I'm not seeing an option that he has here. So that looks scary, but I think it blocks enough and scores 45 points that it's definitely worth it, Matt.
My goodness. Yeah. Wow. What a swing. Matthew still has tons of good plays. This is another wild turn. I think the front runner is through the eye and covering PIZE, 59 points.
Oh,
But
I didn't even see that option. You have a
yeah,
Z there too. Oh,
yeah,
crazy.
Z is insanely powerful on this board, but JIZ and ZO is 49 next to Oinomel. Jeeps holds that insanely powerful Z for one more turn. If you play Jeeps and Oinomels right now, maybe you play, PIZE or something similar next turn. Maybe you draw the ZO for 70. This is a wild turn. Everything makes a lot of sense here. Would you play PIZE or would you look to get cute another turn here, Will?
I would, and the reason why I would just play my pies right here is I want to emphasize that actually the J and the Z are very close to equally valuable from Matthew's POV next turn, in the sense that a lot of the spots that play with the Z also play with the J, including up here. If you draw an O, you're still getting that spot. So I would feel like just maxing out on the points that I can get and hoping to spike one of those tiles that lets me hammer my other power tile next turn. All that to say, I feel like the move I wouldn't make here that I would strongly consider under normal circumstances is G's for 46, leaving the best bingo lead of the bunch. I feel like keeping one of the two. Oh, wow. Wow. Whoa. I did not
What?
see this one coming. This seems insane. This seems too crazy. That you got to use one of the two tiles here, I think, Matt.
What are you doing? Yeah, I don't like this at all.
I feel like it's enough to use either the Z or J and have very poor bingo chances on your next turn, keeping the other one that you did not use. But after this play, Matthew's not bingoing for like 3 turns, right? Like keeping Z, J, and almost certainly having to deploy one at a time now after his G's spot gets blocked. He's not bingoing for a while. And I feel like that is a huge downside of this play.
Yeah, PIZE sets up a line for jet. If you draw a 6-letter word, you draw into Z or JO up top a lot of the time. I don't think I like this for all the reasons you just said, Will. But we'll see. Josh playing highlight almost immediately out of a rack of 3 eyes. That makes sense. Matthew looking to capitalize big after the PIE, holding the J, holding the Z. He can only threaten as much as 50 this turn, or 51 if he wants to burn the S. I think this is going to be Riz, R-I-Z, through the eye and covering, holding Joey's. And I don't think that Jay's actually going to end up helping him very much after this sequence.
Yeah, that's a good point, especially after Riz were to go down. That's a good score, 48 points. But I just feel like we got to emphasize the fact that he took 38 on this turn for Pi when he could have scored 59 and followed up with likely exactly the same caliber of a score on this turn, while also setting himself up to bingo on this subsequent turn from that, whereas it just seems impossible that that's going to happen. So far be it from me to say that I have a better idea of how to navigate these positions than Matthew, who is one of the best positional players in the game. I do feel like that might have been the instinct there to know that the power tiles are so strong on this board. I get that, but also coming up with a bingo in short order is so important for him at this deficit. So, all right, there we go. The play you suggested of Riz. And hey, we're talking about Gen Z words, Matt. I guess this isn't really what you meant by that, though.
Putting on the Riz. I think maybe he actually should have played Joey's first holding Riz. Joey's and SO was the same score, and Riz is unlikely to go away next turn, but this works too, and we get to make Gen Z jokes again. Josh can score 36 points this turn.
Matt, did you watch the matchup before the tournament between O'Connor and Tunnicliffe at all, where Matthew kept getting trolled by pierogi words repeatedly?
I saw another pierogi word drawn later in the tournament, and then that was referenced. I haven't had a chance
Okay.
to watch it, but pierogi
Well,
spotted yet again, and Josh has found it too, right on cue. Oh my god, trolling
oh
Josh.
my God. Anybody that watched that match, you know that basically Matthew played an invalid variant of pierogies. And then in the very next game, he basically drew pierogi blank and then pierogi again after bingoing with something else. So we're seeing it again. And I can't wait to see the reaction if this is the play. And it is a pretty solid play, scoring better than almost anything else that Josh has available. I just wonder if he's going to balk at placing this S right here, which is going to stay open almost indefinitely, and be sort of a lifeline to Matthew. But what are you doing if not that? I guess maybe logic is also worth considering if you don't want to go that route. But pierogies would be a fine play, and I really hope it comes down.
Oh man, Josh was apparently even on commentary during the infinite pierogi troll against Matt O'Connor. So
Yep.
Josh, he's every time he's on stream or talking about a game on stream, he said, I had to do it because I was on stream. So if there's an opportunity to give content, I guess 2,500 US dollars on the line, maybe you don't troll. But that's like so good, too hard to pass up. Though the play of logic is like a rock solid play for him here.
Yeah, it is. The ARS leave, there isn't really a killer S hook available on the board, but between coverings and canats, you have some options for the S. If you keep it here, you will need to draw something in early position. And he's going to go ahead and play a much more defensive option than either of those of Sigla, which does really good things to the board at a lead, Matt. I feel like this has some merit to it, even if it sacrifices a bit of equity.
Yeah, Josh going into board control mode here, and it does make sense. He's not up a ton, but EINE does not take a back S. HILI does not take a back S. And so all of the sudden, this board got insanely closed. Bingos are going to be hard to fit, hard to play. Like the floating I and highlight is about the only spot left. So neat play from Josh there. Going to make this a more clunky and defensive in the long run, which is what you want to do at an advantage. But all of a sudden, O'Connor with this play of Joey's is down just 20.
Yeah, it's a good play, but keep in mind there is an insane play available for Matthew of Yahe, the newly added word that would have kept his S on his rack
Mm.
here. Look at that crazy insertion of Tig
Mm.
there, Matt. That would have scored the same, kept his S, and set up a pretty decent hook for it next turn. So another maybe slight missed opportunity there, unless he's making a calculated choice that the S isn't that useful. Wow, nice response though here by Josh, Matt.
This is a nice response, but I think a fix is just a better play.
Oh yeah, why not a fix? That's a good point. Getting both Fs off at once, that does seem significantly better. Maybe I don't know what hope would you have for the F here? Is it possible that we're missing something? I guess there's a spot here. I'm not sure I care about that.
Collins has this, right? This isn't taken out. That's a
Yeah,
word.
this is valid. No
Okay.
errors by Matthew. Matthew's been pouring on the points. I mean, that's sort of he committed himself to that strategy as far back as his play of Pi of I'm going to get back in this game by scoring 50 points per turn or 40 points per turn for a while. But even after that, you could see Josh has been able to weather the storm. He's up by 26 plus whatever he's about to score, and he could be wow. There's a couple really good plays here too, Matt. Jeez.
Yeah. WAUFF, kind of the standout option. That's just a wonderful word that it gets you out of some horrific racks through the F and Fornix. 44 points, opens a terrifying bingo line, but it's just so good, and it sets up your S on the back end as well. Are you playing WAF here despite the aggressiveness?
Yeah, I mean, the equity of it is so overpowering, using basically what I would consider all three of your weakest tiles on the rack, scoring 44 and keeping your S while setting it up in a pretty powerful way. I feel like, despite the aggressiveness, and yeah, if you look at it on the board, it is more than a little aggressive right here, setting up. Sorry for my inaccurate drawing, but you can see it sets up multiple scary spots, but the price is right for 44 points and leaving such a nice synergistic leave as PSH. So that would be what I'd love to see him spot. But I just wonder, again, that's a unique word to the Collins lexicon. Maybe not one that's at his fingertips the way that the North American lexicon words are. Looks like he's considering playing puffs instead, which that's a
Puffa?
no,
Oh,
looks like
Puffs.
just puffs. Yeah, so maybe just not aware of puffa or waff here. So a little bit of equity gets past him here.
Yeah, PUFFA is a hard play to make if you don't know the hooks. Like you have the S, you have an H, maybe either one of those could go at the end. It actually has no hooks, but you can't set up that ambiguity in Josh's situation with the lead like this. So if you're not sure on the word, just play puffs. That makes sense. But WAUFF would have been really strong for him there. Matthew doesn't seem to be able to punish this mistake almost at all. ADEETTU. I don't know what you do with this. Quate from the queue?
That's, yeah, I mean, you could leave the E off of that if you want to set up a spot to bingo. If you just play quat without the E, now you've got a lane holding your two E's in reserve. But this is the first turn in 3 or 4 that Matthew has not had a good scoring tile on the rack. Well, I guess in his previous turn he didn't, but he also was able to play through his J. So he's had a bunch of turns of 40 odd points, and now finally he's slowing down at a bad time for him here, as he really needs to have tried to finish off this sequence with a bingo. And he is considering that Q play, Matt. Seems reasonable, balances his rack nicely. I would be tempted to leave one of those E's off.
Yeah, perhaps so. Worth pointing out for those who are, bilingual or watching whatever, QUATE in this lexicon takes a back S. One unseen S, one unseen blank. Matthew doesn't have either, but he's just got to hope he gets lucky in this one. Quate, about all you can do out of a really tough rack.
Yeah, it's a good point. Trying to draw that last S and blank, which would put a huge amount of pressure on Josh to, oh, and look at that draw, Matt. Oh my God, as if
Whoa!
manifesting it right there. Crazy draw for Matthew O'Connor. That makes this thing very much a game here.
Yeah, Josh threatens 34 points over on the side of this board. WHIO and OP. It's almost definitely what he has to do here. Doesn't have options that address uh, anything to do with Quate. So I think he just has to keep scoring pressure on, and if the bingo comes, he'll just try to outrun it. But what a big swing. I don't see any bingos for Matthew next turn, but because he's got all the goodies, he can just kind of sit and wait.
Yeah, this is going to, and the great thing about that play of Quate by Matthew, which I'm certainly eating my words with that draw of S blank, but I mean, I guess one of the things that would give me some pause about playing Quate is Josh's previous play of Puffs. I feel like you do have another S after this more than usual. Maybe the fact that Josh agonized over playing Puffs, that could have been a read that Matthew used to say, well, I don't think he would have agonized over that quite so hard if he had the other S. He probably doesn't have it. I'm going to go for it. That would be next level poker style thinking on his part. If he used any of that, I don't put it past him at all. So yeah, crazy sequence here. Ooh, look at this. Josh is going to pivot and play wait. this is kind of cool, Matt, because this O, from Josh's perspective, there's only one other vowel that plays alongside this P. So that spot greatly favors him to leave open. That could be part of his thinking. Really clever if that's what he's doing here.
Yeah, okay, that makes a lot of sense. Just kind of be patient, literally wait, pun not intended, but I made it anyway. And take it later on instead. Okay. Neat decision there from Josh. He is up by 80 points. Big spot on the right side of the board. Matthew's got to decide if he wants to hit it now. Smew is 42 and opens more bingo lines, but I think Mew through this E makes more sense given that Quates is still there.
Yeah, I agree. It makes a lot of sense to really. This leave is a huge favorite now to bingo. It would take, yeah, there's no way almost any draw for Matthew with SETD blank is going to turn into a heavy, heavy bingo with Quates here. And again, it is so difficult to block productively if you're Josh and don't have the S or blank in hand. Pretty much you are committed to going the outrunning strategy here, and he is up. He is up by 56 plus whatever he can get here. And he sees a beautiful play, Matt. Look at these letters he has lined up.
Yeah, wow, grown from the G and covering slides in perfectly in the same spot Matthew could have played Yahe earlier. I think an actually better version of this play might be Graal, Graal, same spot to hold that O for the OP spot next turn. Josh likely to get just one or two more plays this game. He needs a lot of points now and wants to make sure he scores well next turn to live through the bingo that's likely to come. But well done, Josh, for noticing that spot. That is tricky. That is tough. He'll get 35 points out of that. Might survive any kind of bingo from O'Connor. Instead, he's going to play Halon over here.
Wow, Halon is the play. Rather, he definitely spotted these cool plays from the G, but he plays Halon instead to leave himself the maybe more flexible AR. Um, that is a really interesting, especially given that you have those higher scoring plays. But I feel like this play also has merit to leave himself a little more flexible. And look at that. He's drawn very
Whoa.
good bingo tiles, all the right decisions by Josh here. I'm very impressed. Of course, we would have liked to see, rather than puffs, he had some better plays available. But these last couple plays have been really impressive to be Matt.
Yeah, I think Josh's decision on Halon is hold the R. I see the G, I see the opportunity. If I hold RA, I'm definitely going to go in and get one or two bags or one or two vowels out of that bag. I'll have great or green or grown or something in that spot next turn. Even if Matthew bingos a Halon to great, I can win it.
Yeah, what great recognition on his part. So now Matthew down by a fair amount. Josh is actually at 380 when that score updates. So
Yep.
he's going to be up by 86. So Matthew can get 90 plus points by taking the hook now. And that just feels like I guess there are 4 tiles in the bag here. So I just wonder, can Matthew ever win these end games going up by only a handful of points and giving Josh a free crack? It turns out that if Matthew plays dustier here, Josh is simply going to bingo with terrain and clinch victory in the tournament. So I wonder, can Matthew somehow not bingo here? I feel like he's got to go for it. And that's what we see, Matt.
All right, he is going to play a bingo, but Josh's galaxy brain decision, Halon to hold great or greaten next turn. I think Josh hangs on to win regardless of what Matt bingos with, but this bingo means Josh is just going to bingo out.
Wow. Crazy sequence to finish this thing off. He wastes no time, clearly seeing terrain. Matthew gets the bad news. And really, really impressive game by both players, I would say. Some really tricky decisions in both
Let's hear that
directions.
mic. Let's hear that
Sure.
mic. Josh, let's hear that mic.
figured I'd probably be able to outrun with this spot. Great and shit. So even if you somehow didn't give me a spot there, I had the R here. Just take this.
All right.
All right, well, that seems to be it for this guy. Not going to be a big post-mortem and an emotional game for Matthew O'Connor, so we'll let Josh get those scores in, but that makes it official. Josh Sokol, the champion of your CSW division here in Lake George, New York. Josh Sokol going to go home with $2,500 in his pocket, and he's going to go home chilly, as he and I are now committed to jumping into Lake George, as he promised. That's going to be fun. I won't jump in until after we bring you the last game. Sounds like we're going to get an interview with Josh Sokol beforehand. I think he's actually coming to join me right here in this lovely room, and we'll chat him up. So you guys at home watching along, if you guys have some questions for Josh Sokol about that game, any game you've seen, life in general, waxing poetic, drop them in chat now. Will and I will pass them along to your 2025 Lake George champion. You want to see what's on my shirt? Here you go. Judge me.
I had to say, Matt, you did a good job of betraying no rooting interest in that game. I'm not sure whether you were rooting for or against Josh with your own polar plunge coming up if he wins. I feel like you were very unbiased. Did you have a rooting interest in that game? Are you looking to stay out of the frigid Lake George water?
So I'm going to jump into the lake no matter what because I'm a psychopath like that. But I wanted somebody to go in with me, and I wanted someone to record it. I was going to do this and then just drive home all by myself, but now there's going to be some pomp and circumstance to it. I get to jump in with Josh, and our hotel room is right next to the lake, so we could just jump in and have a hot shower right afterwards and not get sick. I was going to do it no matter what. Now I get some company. That's what I like.
That's okay. So it's not as decisive as I thought it was, where either he wins and you're going in or not. And it looks like he's coming in to collect his flowers from us and from all of us here. Here he comes, the winner.
Oh, it was Will too. Oh my God, you had to watch that.
Josh,
we loved it, Josh. We were loving it.
So bad.
No, it was so good. Tell us
bad.
why you didn't play pierogies for the ultimate troll experience.
Trying to win the game, I guess. But
I hate when that happens.
Yeah, I don't want to throw an S out there. Did I miss a bingo on Oinomel or just
yeah,
Monocle?
You did. You did Monticle through the T.
I saw that. I just wasn't sure.
And then Locomin, Monocle both through the O.
Yeah, I didn't know Locomin, but I saw Monocle immediately when I hit the clock. It's so stupid. It's so dumb.
So Monticle is a word you know.
I've seen.
You've seen. Okay. And then Monocle you saw right after you hit the clock. We saw you like hovering over the clock, like you knew something was wrong.
At first, I had scored Oinomel as 38 in my head, so I thought it was definitely better than Codling.
38.
I don't know how I did that, but like I knew it felt definitely better than Codling because it blocked so much and created scoring opportunities. But then I realized it was 36. I'm like, the C is so bad compared to EM. And then I just didn't look for any other plays because I was so focused on looking for bingos. Saw Monticle, got stuck, and I needed to go. I was playing too slow. Yeah, it was dumb. Anyways,
Josh, question for you.
Whatever.
EINE came down in the last game, and you made a face. Did Matthew have the Z when he played it?
Oh, I had no idea. I didn't even think about that because I knew I was going to play there anyway, but I just wasn't sure. I mean, I saw that it seemed like he was drawing poorly, and I wasn't sure of the S hook. That's why I made a face.
That's the S hook.
Yeah, okay. There's no S hook.
He set up the Z.
Nice.
And then you smashed it with crook, and then he didn't.
And then somehow he didn't. Yeah, that's ridiculous. Okay, so
he had plays. He just passed all of them up. Pi held ESJZ.
That's ridiculous. That's so unlucky. Wow.
He had plays. He just didn't make them. I don't know. Anyway, I digress. Let's see. Chat. I want to see if chat's got some questions for you. Oh, they're asking who gets first shower after we jump in the lake. I think that goes to the champion, right? Okay. Yeah. I'll be second. I'll shiver out there in the cold in my hot pink swimsuit for a little bit.
We're streaming that on Let's Play Scrabble, right?
I absolutely hope so.
Are we like video ninjaing the link? Will, are you down to? assist in that.
to stream. Do you want me to call to like
Yeah.
commentate the action of your
Yeah,
polar
Matt can't do. I
plunge?
mean, Matt can do it, but you're jumping in too, right?
Oh, absolutely, 100%.
Uh,
Yeah, you and me
I
both, baby.
I mean, that would be pretty epic. So, depending on what you guys want to do, I'll try to be around. So, yeah, that's the content we need here, for sure. But
Can I
yeah,
just say something, Will? And I'm cutting you off. I want to talk
not at
to
all.
you. I love
Of
you, but
course,
like
no problem.
Winning Lake George to me is a bigger accomplishment than winning nationals. It's absolutely the worst tournament ever for me, like that I play every year. And so I'm just like, I never have to worry about Lake George ever again. And I'm sorry for everyone that I complained to about how badly I do in Lake George.
Literally all morning, Josh was saying, I kept asking him about the polar plunge. Like, we're jumping in when you win, right? And he's like, I'm not winning. I'm not winning. I'm not winning. Just that's the only response I could ever get out of him. I didn't realize there was that level of hex and voodoo here.
You guys look it up. It's ridiculous.
Well, congratulations,
Thank
Josh.
you, Matt.
I'm happy you were able to get the big W that has haunted you for so many years. All right, Will, what questions do you have for Josh?
Well, we have a bunch of good questions from the chat, but before we get to any of those, just want to emphasize that Josh just earned himself $2,500 for coming in first place, which is a very nice sum. Definitely want to shout out our very generous sponsor of the Collins Division, Bob Lynn, for all of his contributions to the North American Collins scene, and we all benefit from that. So thank you, Bob, and that is oh, we got the air horn. That's the Bob Lynn air horn going off right there. Also thanking Word Game Players Organization, WGPO, as well for their sponsorship of the tournament. More air horns. So yeah, let's see. We got ask Josh if he'll study all the Mont words before he goes home to Montreal.
Like Montreal, yeah.
That's kind of fun troll question. As for the actual game, I just loved the 2-turn sequence of Wait into Halon. That was like vintage Josh Sokol. I don't know what you want to share about those 2 turns.
Oh, I guess, well, also to answer I'm also curious. Alex says in the chat, why didn't I play O'Connor for so long? I have no idea. This was the first time I played O'Connor all tournament, and we were like 1-2 like the whole time.
Who invented these
I don't
pairings,
understand.
huh?
I don't understand pairings. But yeah, the Wait and Halon turn, there wasn't much firepower left in the pool, and I figured that he was gunning for Quates, and even if he had a bingo from the G of Gadge, which is obviously a threat, or maybe a bingo on the A column, which is super unlikely, making like op, I figured that he was going to play with Quates anyway. And so keeping the O and keeping the H to score with, I figured I would have one more turn after Wait to like just consolidate my position and try to outscore his bingo. That was the idea there. It was also just the 2-turn sequence was just much better for me. So I just wanted to, wait out the storm, I guess.
Yeah, I just love the pivot away from the R plays, holding on to the R and playing Halon. I feel like a lot of players would have just played Groan, but actually playing Halon gives you such better timing with those low point tiles available to play down from the G and outrun in the end game. Just fantastic recognition on your part. I don't know, Matt, we seeing any other good questions here? A lot of people are giving you love in the chat.
Classic Will glazing, but thank you.
I love to glaze.
Let's see. We talked about the bingo. We talked about like the cool pacing at the end game. I actually ran it through, and if Matthew had picked a different bingo that didn't yield terrain back,
I still outrun that.
Yeah, you outrun by a few points, and I mean that's the big brain thinking of Halon or something like that. That was really wonderful. So, what is next for you, Josh? Are you going to Madison in 2 weeks?
Yeah.
Fantastic. That is such a good event. I got to go last year. I'll be watching it on Let's Play Scrabble this year instead. And after Madison, what's next?
I guess what's next for me is I am joining you two, right? In commentating the World Championship. That's going to be epic. That's going to be amazing. I can't wait for that. Let's Play Scrabble is going worldwide, and we got two of 3 commentators that are really, really good. So
and also me. I'll be there too.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's going to be sick. Will, Josh, and I are going to be bringing you guys all the commentary from Ghana. It's going to be sick. I'm taking 3 days off of work to talk about Scrabble because that's how much I love Scrabble. So that's going to be awesome. Madison going to be streamed here in 2 weeks. The World Scrabble Championship, 5 days of Scrabble action coming November 11th to November 16th. Is that 6 days? Are we showing Last Chance Qualifier too? I think we are.
We should.
So then I think it's going to be 6 days of Scrabble: Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Sunday.
Great
Yes,
time to be a Scrabble fan.
indeed. Oh my goodness. If you haven't yet, make sure you click that subscribe button, get those notifications when new things come in. Speaking of cool notifications on YouTube, I'm subscribed to 2 channels right now. It's Let's Play Scrabble, and it's the Will Anderson channel. Every time Will puts a new video out, I'm like, yeah, next time I get 20 minutes, that is what I'm doing. Will makes some awesome videos. If you somehow haven't seen any of them yet, make sure you check out that channel down below him. Down there. That's the way it goes. Yeah. Will makes such great content, and he's going to be humble and not hype himself up. So I'm going to hype him up instead. It's awesome, excellent Scrabble content. Like and subscribe to his stuff. And
Thanks,
the stuff
Matt. Yeah, I have a video I'm going to make public as soon as this stream ends. So once we are going to be bringing one more game from the WoW division to see how that the winner shakes out there. Then I'm going to take my current video and make it go live. And as a teaser of what that's about, it is about my worst play from the championship this year, a 0 IQ, negative IQ play that I made. And it is truly spectacular to behold me playing with a 0 IQ. So that is what you'll get to watch in a couple hours' time.
I'm already gritting ear from ear. I can't wait to watch that and hear the self-deprecating humor. Oh my goodness. I've had my own share of 0 IQ moments over the board. Josh was going over my career low light with me yesterday. Any valid play wins the game. So I played a phony 4 with a blank in it. So that was epic. I should make a video about that, the time that I quit Scrabble forever. I digress. Let's see. Chat, we got anything else? Matt, I can watch the video while Josh has a hot shower. Fantastic. Yeah, definitely.
There were some questions, and I feel like it's probably somewhat close to the final game. If you guys want to keep rolling, like if we can keep talking about, there's so much more to come, and we can do like most of the thank yous, so that at the end of the final game, you guys can just like deal with just saying goodbye.
Why would you sit here and do the thank yous? We're getting paid to be here. You want to go high
I'm getting
five and
paid
fist
to
bumps.
be here a bit more than you two. Sorry, bro.
Okay, facts. But like, shouldn't you be out there like fist bumping?
Oh no, I can leave you two alone. I'm just saying like I love hearing you talk, so that's why I'd sit here.
Hang on, I do want to plug one thing. Will, I think you've got some pretty interesting plans tomorrow too, right?
Ooh, let's talk about that.
Yeah, sort of came together somewhat spur of the moment, but none other than our other top-notch content creator, Mac Meller, finds himself in my neck of the woods, and you can see a little bit of it in the backdrop right here of my own home streaming setup. Anderson Arena is now complete and ready to get some action. So Mac and I thought it might be good to try it out with a little bit of a match tomorrow night that will be streamed on my YouTube channel, and still got to work on getting Josh fresh off his win. Is potentially going to be commentating that, a couple things to go over with you before we start that, but it should be a lot of fun for Mac to come break in the new stream setup. So you can see that on, I guess the link to my channel is right there under my nameplate. So yeah, it should be a lot of fun. Best of 9 with the great Mac Meller. Don't love my chances, but it's going to be a lot of fun regardless. So yeah, that's coming up tomorrow night. Thanks for the plug.
What time is that going to happen, Will? Because I got to block out my calendar.
Yeah, 15-minute clocks.
6 p.m. Eastern time, and we should be going for hours. Best of 9. If I can just win a few games, it's going to go for like 4 hours plus. So it's going to be, Pierogi Arena. That's right. Big pierogies.
I was literally going to make that joke.
Yeah, it's going to be, we're going to have pierogies coming fresh served in between every game. We're going to do a pierogi break where we quackle each game and eat some pierogies. it's going to be fantastic. So there you go.
Please actually bring pierogies. I'm so here for it. And how great. I get home from the gym at 5:55 p.m. every day. I have 5 minutes to take a shower
Uh,
and then hop on that stream.
I
Oh,
will buy pierogies, by the way. If Will, you're doing that, I'm buying pierogies. I haven't bought pierogies in
he's
ages.
got $2,500. He can do it.
Yeah, now I can do it.
Yeah, it's true. So yeah, looking forward to that. But yeah, back to Lake George, of course, where Josh really thrilled to hear. We all have those tournaments that beguile us. So for you to come up with that big win here at that tournament for you, the Lake George tournament, must feel fantastic. And it's always a pleasure to watch you play and win. So yeah, it's got to be feeling good. Not just the 2K, 2.5K. But how are you feeling about the frigid Lake George waters? Are you excited to feel those?
Well, it's a nice balancing act, right? Being like excited for having won and not having it, settle in yet, and then not being excited. The water is. If you guys check, I don't know if you guys have checked the water temperature. You probably can. Lake George is probably like in the 40-degree, 50-degree Fahrenheit. Probably maybe even colder than
No,
that. I
no.
think so.
Oh my
At this
goodness.
point in the year, I don't know. That's my guess. And for all of you guys internationally, that's like 10
Lake
Celsius.
George water temperature.
So that's gonna be great. David Spargo, by the way, who we might be seeing in this final matchup coming soon, um, is already has jumped in the lake. By the way,
Wow.
Was
and
stealing our
he
thunder.
was like apparently he was just like shivering and talking to somebody about like a game he played.
Yeah,
The
he
person
pulled
was
out
like,
his phone.
"What are you doing? Like, get warm. Why are you just like?" People love Scrabble too much. Will.
So
People
yeah,
love Scrabble just enough.
David has warmed up and is, I guess the result is still pending between a pivotal game between him and Jason Lee from the previous round. So hopefully Jason stayed warm and inside, and maybe that gives him an advantage in that game. But yeah, I guess we don't know exactly how things are breaking down, but it feels like they're both at 10, so they might be playing again. But that depends on how the other games shake out, I suppose. It looks like the other people who were at 9-3 coming into the day both lost. So it's a
Oh,
huge log
whoa.
jam at 9-5, and Jason and David are going to be a game up from the rest of the field
Okay, so they're
with
just
one to
playing.
play. So it's going to be, looks like David and Jason in our final round, if I'm not mistaken, but I don't want to set that in stone. So yeah, that should be a good one. But what
We'll
else? What am
figure
I
all of that
missing?
out behind the scenes and let everybody know just as soon as we've got it, all the results in. I would be an absolute tool if I didn't go through and thank like 100 different people for running this tournament. And I want to take this opportunity now to do that. Massive, massive thank you to the directors and organizers of this event, Josh Greenway, Kieran O'Connor, Josh Koff, and Mad Palazzo, the brain trust behind the Let's Play Scrabble team. Josh and Kieran doing the directing and organizing. Josh Koff has been running the stream behind the scenes the entire time, basically without a hitch all weekend too. For his first time doing that, that is so good for Scrabble to have other folks back there who can mix this up and produce it and switch from cam to cam. He's been throwing fun chats and polls and all that in there too. So thank you, Josh. Thank you, Josh Greenway. Thank you, Kieran O'Connor. Matt Palazzo has been doing the directing on the ground, being a beast, getting results in to keep things running, and just handling all of that stuff. Thank you to John Chu for TSH, the pairing software that is being used, or excuse me, the directing software that's being used across this tournament. To Josh Castellano and Matthew O'Connor for the cop pairings that have been used all tournament, making decisions like having you play him just once right at the end when all the marbles are in the jar at once. To Seth Lipkin for crosstables.com, where tournaments are all listed across North America. If you haven't been to cross-tables.com, go ASAP. And the Ulu clock as well that is being used in these streams. Art Moore for wordjudge.me and our challenge cam. Steve Sagan of VDO Ninja, providing all of the tech that is used to power these streams, and hopefully powers the stream of us jumping in a lake soon as well. Sarah Rosenbaum of Cozy Tiles for making the customized Let's Play Scrabble tile bags we feature on stream, and George Bissonette of George's Custom Scrabble Boards. He can make a board for you. He also made that spiffy LPS board that we've been watching all weekend. And of course, most importantly, thanks to all of you for watching. We wouldn't be out here streaming without getting the viewership we have, the playful banter in chat that we've had all weekend, and to everybody who hangs out afterward and watches the VODs. We wouldn't do this without people out there biting and having a good time. So thank you. Thank you for joining us all weekend. We appreciate you. And one more. Will, thank you very much for coming on. It is always such a pleasure to commentate with you. So I appreciate you taking your time.
It's my pleasure to be here. I'll always try to carve time out to hop aboard with LPS. And yeah, the least that we can all do is to click a few buttons and support Let's Play Scrabble in their mission to provide this amazing streaming content to all of us. But Matt, I just want to emphasize for anybody that's not clear, all these wonderful thank yous sounds like a stream ending thing, but we got another game coming up just to emphasize. I love the, giving the kudos to everybody. And this is the perfect opportunity to do that. But I just am thrilled that we get a decisive game over from the WoW division, that it should be Jason Lee versus David Spargo in a rematch for $1,500 furnished by WGPO. So I am excited that we get to do it one more time, buddy. Let's do this thing at some point in the near future.
Can I just forfeit my last game and commentate with you guys?
Ooh, could I just pretend to be you? I'm almost as tall as you. I can make jokes and make painful expressions over the board and miss Monticle. I'm ready.
There have been enough forfeits this tournament. We won't talk about it, but I'll probably
wait. Let's just change shirts really quick. Give me your necklace, so we're good, right?
Maybe after we jump in.
After we jump in, okay,
yeah.
Deal.
Okay, guys.
All right. Well, I think we're going to do just a little intermission so I can empty my tiny bladder. And as soon as Jason Lee and David Spargo are situated, we will have one game for $1,500 coming your way. One final round of Lake George. Y'all stay tuned. We'll be right back. Well, there is your last look out the window of the playing room here in Lake George. Man, it is pretty. The sun is out. I just want to go lay out by the lake. But instead, I'm going to be jumping in it in about 50 short minutes. Before we do so, Will, we've got a championship game to watch. Jason Lee and David Spargo will be playing. But as we cut over to the standings, this is not going to be a winner-take-all game, is it, Will?
Yeah, you see the tiebreakers. This is where they have a huge impact on the eventual result in the tournament. It is not enough for David Spargo to simply win this game. He needs to do it by enough to bridge the gap between the two tiebreakers that you see. And I believe you mentioned, Matt, that number is 141 or more points in our break time. You mentioned that, I should say, not on the stream. So, yeah, the magic number for David Spargo, 141. That's a tall order against a player as solid as Jason Lee.
A tall order indeed, but nothing is impossible. We've had a similar situation in a tournament where a player needed to win by 300 points to win the tournament. She was even asked, do you even want to play the game or do you just want to play, another person? She's like, no, put me in. And then she won by 300 points. So there's always a chance, and we will be here watching it. I'm hearing the players bagged the tiles, and then David stepped away from the board, probably manifesting a 142-point victory out of the air. Now he is back. Consider it manifested. I think he was just crunching the numbers, trying to see how much he needs to win by. Let's cut over to the board. Let's see our first and second place contenders right now, Jason Lee and David Spargo. 1,500 US dollars on the line here.
Yeah, and Jason going first, too, which tips the scales just the tiniest little bit in his favor as well. So, no chance of, well, obviously there's still a chance of David striking first blood with a bingo, but it's so nice in those must win games when you're going first and you see that opening rack bingo to start you off on the right foot. The only way that's happening here is if Jason exchanges tiles on his first move, which is not all that likely. And it could actually happen here, though, Matt, with this particular draw. It's going to be hard to find something great to put on the board. Maybe he does opt for an exchange. What is he even playing? Lorne? Long, I should say.
Probably long. I think I'd actually play here instead of throwing back. Whatever, get 10. That's fine. Depending on what my opponent does, like if I play long and then my opponent makes ag on top of the G, I might crush the Z. Makes sense.
But after either of those plays, we are going to see repining, ripening, periling. We are going to see David strike first. So I spoke too soon. This is exactly the start that David wants in this game, needing to win by 141. A very weak opener from Jason Lee, and then a bingo for himself. So let's see how things unfold from here.
Let's see indeed. All right, long the opening for Jason, 10 points, and bingo lined up in response for Spargo. We'll see how long he takes and which one he opts to play. 10-0 early, a number of bingos in the low to mid 60s available for David now.
Yeah, it's an interesting question, too, of where to place your bingo, knowing that, in effect, even after you get this bingo down, you're still trailing by over 100 points, not in the game score, but in the tournament scenario, right? So even when David gets this down for 65, 63 points, he still has to think of himself as being far in arrears in this game. So making a play that gives you the best chance at long-term openness should be on his mind. That's why normally I think you might elect to go with ripening placing your G here and creating one kind of difficult overlap to parallel. And he's going to go ahead and do that. I think there is some merit to shifting this down slightly, Matt, just to open a little more of the board, but maybe that's an overreaction.
Yeah, I could just see the bottom of this board getting difficult to access if Jason backhooks long at some point. I think I would have slotted it down a smidge, but we'll see what happens in this one. 65 points for Jason on the move. SNORVZ and blank number 1 for David Spargo. So you need to beat Jason now by 140, and he's got the first blank. Tough ask for him, but this is the start you should have asked for. If you need to win big, you want a bingo on turn 1. Jason's going to play Visor. This is easily the best play. He's like within 40 seconds playing it, as top people do on turns like this, and we are back on Spargo. 44 to 65, 6 consonants on his post bingo draw. ADDGNNR. He does have the A he needs to front hook long to make a long. Are you looking to play grand and a long here, Will, or do you think that messes up the board too much long term?
It's a great question because, man, you would just love to turn one of those two D's or two N's into an I right here and be bingoing with a long right now. I really like if you can find a play that leaves it open. Unfortunately, you can't find a play given that he only has the one vowel. Okay, well, he's going to play grand here, which I feel like this makes some sense at this deficit to keep the long hooks open. I also thought there was some merit of maybe just playing dang right here, setting up the S you don't have, playing really crazily aggressive. But of course, in all of those situations, Jason has the blank, he has the S, and he has the A for a long. So this is a great draw for Jason Lee, who is going to strike back quickly here.
Yeah, I definitely would have played dang and set up the yes I don't have, given tournament state and all that, but I would have gotten punched in the face very hard. So perhaps a prescient play there from David Spargo. AEINSU blank means Jason's got to pick which bingo to play. He cannot score more than 68 on this turn. He has a lot of options. And of course, the thinking is, I'm going to pretend like I'm winning this game by 100 instead of losing by 40 and play maximum defense. Will, how do you think he does that here?
Well, anytime you're trying to play defense, one nice thing to do is to try to form right angles on the board wherever possible. So I would be evaluating aunties right here with the a long hook, which is, of course, it takes out this hook, extends down the board, and creates that right angle that walls off a huge portion of the board. That being said, that area is still very much accessible through the R and E of repining. So maybe it is a fool's errand to try to block it off in that way. In fact, it could be counterproductive if you open up enough of the board. Yeah, a simple 3-tile play right here is going to close those lanes down. But barring that, it's actually somewhat difficult to close down the E and R of repining after a play like that. So, maybe you just want to go with some other direction. Maybe something like Inulays right here is the way to go. And
Guineas is the play.
oh,
Here it
even
is.
better. Yeah,
Yeah.
this is
Oh man.
super defensive. Yeah, this makes a ton of sense. Nice choice by Jason, Matt. You liked it quickly.
Yeah. Guineas does everything you want. Yeah, sure. Theoretically, there's one bingo line for sevens that start with a vowel front hooking that S. But like, fine, David, bingo there, score 68, expose a triple. Guineas is exactly what Jason needs to do. When you have a great rack, you still want to optimize it, and this is fantastic from him. Jason leads 108 to 83, which is effectively 258 to 83, given tournament context.
Yeah, fantastic choice by Jason. That's the sort of play that he excels at. Very, very clever defensive player. Gives me a ton of problems in my own matchup with him. And you can see that this is how he's earned his first place spot in the standings right now. But yeah, so David is still very, very much alive. to win this game, but certainly now his odds of winning it by 140 have plummeted quite a bit, with especially his clunky, consonant heavy, duplicate heavy rack. I'm thinking you probably have to play something through this A if you want to try to win the tournament, and down it comes. I feel like this is a very reasonable choice, Matt.
Reasonable, sure. I'd play Rand and set up a back Y hook as well, like go maximum volatility, but this just means it's a race to an S instead. I think that's fine.
Yeah, for sure. Rand is an interesting one. Just to add that extra, if you already are needing to get lucky in the game to win by 140, why not just embrace it, right? Like, let's lean into, and
Yeah,
there, look
there's
at
the
that
Y.
karmically. There's the Y,
Yep.
which would be so nice. So, to your point there, almost no matter what, Jason is probably playing jaw right here. So at least with that Y after Rand, you're playing something. Oh, look at this. He's going to go ahead and block. That makes sense. I guess jaw,
Whoa.
though, 46 points up there and shedding the J. I almost feel like I might just do that anyway, even even with the threat of this S
Yeah.
play.
Interesting from Jason. I mean, it's so hard to figure out how to truly adjust in these situations, given the context, given you just can't be beaten by 140. But that seems almost like an overcorrection. If you can just score 350, like you're not going to get beaten by 140, and Jaw helps you get there. But Jason's got to hold on to that J. It will help him block up the board later on as well. A great blocking tile in the J. And David does not have the I he needs for Trendify, which he set up earlier. He did not set up the Y, so he can't play Trendy and Randy or something like that. Oh man, this is already starting to look dire for David Spargo.
It is, and I feel like the logical place for him to play is here, but you got to be careful what you play there. So normally something like FEY. So this is the standard play, but in his shoes, I would be sorely tempted to place the D in this spot, even if it is not a good equity play in the short term. It does create a lane that is much more annoying to block and much more threatening for you to draw 8 letter words there. So I would have been sorely tempted to play def or DEY day in that spot. Can't really argue with this as a very standard play, Matt, but maybe a slight, only because of the tournament situation, alteration to make there.
Yeah, I completely agree with that analysis. You want to put the D in space if you can on that turn. If you're Spargo, you're seldom bingoing to that F, and that D would just make this board far more dynamic in the long term. You're going to need to draw 2 or 3 straight bingos to win, and you've got to maximize the odds that that happens. But he plays FEY, he takes some extra points, and still doesn't get into bingo range, so it's all a wash, at least right now. Back on Jason, AEIJTTU. This is going to be a weird turn because most of the plays that score points open the board up as well. I wonder if we're going to see him just keep things tight, hold the J back, and play TIZ to the Z and visor. If David's not going to open the board, I just have to not open the board, and I'm certain that I'm not going to lose by 140. So why not just keep things tight? You playing Tiz here, Will?
Tiz does a lot of nice things right here, opening very little back and undoubling those T's. He's going to go ahead and play Ahi here, which is kind of dangerous. I would be worried about the multiple bad things happening after this. If David has an H, that could be really bad. And if he has an O, that could be getting overlapped for quite heavy scores. The thing I like about it is that those things are not devastating in the way that a huge bingo would be. But I do feel like those are enough of a concern where David could score 40 or 50 off of this play a fair amount of the time. Whereas there were other options that, as Tiz, the one you mentioned, Matt, this exposes you to just nothing. You're not getting hit. The only drawback is it doesn't use the J, but that could actually be a good thing for the reasons you described. A really good defensive tile. Maybe Jason finds a way to use it defensively on a subsequent turn.
Oh, Jason just thinking several layers in advance. He figures I'm going to set up this dangerous H spot and then draw the H. So now Jason's playing looking phenomenal, but I would not have played Aji or Ahi. That looks rather off to me. But alas, Jason's doing what Jason's doing. Jason's in commanding position here. Spargo on turn. I think he's deliberating between Mam, which is going to play to the left side of Guineas, making M-I-A-N and M-E. He's got M-M in the same spot, making Moo, but I think Mam keeps the board more open and dynamic long term. It also scores better now. And facing the situation you're facing, I know I need to get lucky. I'm just going to put some extra points on the board and hope that the right tiles come out of the bag. I like this from David.
I'm agreeing with you there. It is tempting to just play your M's and keep your lone vowel. But the problem with this is that this isn't actually that good of a bingo lane. You need multiple vowels, including your A, to play alongside that there. Whereas this is a way more hittable lane if you can just draw an E to go as a hook beside the ME on the board. So I like it. You get the extra points. Totally agreeing with you there. And we're going to see the Galaxy Brain, Ahi setup right here. This is going to go very, very well for Jason. The very simple they and Haji seems completely warranted for him here. I can't imagine him pivoting off of that for some other defensive play.
Yeah, they is just so good. That's the move here. Man, David has found just like one vowel on his rack each of the last several turns. It is hard to win games when you have 6 consonants every turn.
What is Jason thinking here? Is he not thinking about Haji? Could he be getting set to play something like yeah here? That would be unfathomable. I think he'll have to realize that he has a better way. This feels like a move that I would have already played by now. I would have they on the board here. So I wonder, what is he thinking to get away from that?
Is he just whiffing the hook?
We'll find out, I guess. Wow,
What
that's
a
shocking.
whoa.
That is a shock. It's the end of a long tournament, grueling games. These things can happen for sure, but that is a shocker to see right there. That's a 25-point play with 47 points on offer, and both plays extremely defensive, giving nothing back. Arguably, they is even better defensively to make it more difficult to overlap this J with an O. So that's just a surprise. Hey, the best players make mistakes sometimes, Matt. That's part of the game.
Yeah, that it happens, but that is rather shocking and rather tilt-inducing for Spargo too, who can see Hey those same tiles play with Haji. Like, wow, wow. I'm playing somebody who just made a clear, obvious mistake that I can see from the other side of the table. Those moments can be so triggering in Scrabble. Jason's found some trouble, perhaps some karmic justice from the bag. The new 5-letter outie will help him get out of this, but outie's going to open the board a ton. So we'll focus back on Jason. He's got a hard turn queued up, but David's got to fight through another 6-consonant rack first. Are you playing something like Dank through the A and Ahi, or do you have to try to open the board here, Will?
Oh, so brutal to play something like that. This is really the only reasonably accessible vowel to dump that excess of consonants. And I feel like it is completely reasonable. He's going to go ahead and play tack, which seems like a good variation on the same theme. 2 extra points, maybe the leave, not quite as synergistic, but still pretty good. Seems warranted. I'm impressed that David just sort of I would probably moan and bellyache about that another few seconds before making that play, but I think it is a good one by him.
Yeah, all right. After that play, I'll update our scores. We got 180 for Jason Lee, 175 for David Spargo. If they were just playing straight up, this would be a fascinating game, but with the 140 points, things feel a little bit different. Jason, I know the one thing he's not going to do is play outie to the S for 7 and expose the triple. I wonder if he's going to play outie and OS for 12. I think I'd actually prefer to just throw it back as opposed to put all these floaters out in space. That's the only way I'm going to get bingoed on 3 times in a row. If I play outie, draw something bad, I get bingoed on, and then he draws a blank out of the bag. So what do you think? Exchange, or would you play like UKE in the top corner?
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, just taking your points up here, and sorry, didn't. I meant to circle that, not draw an O, but it's an important distinction. So yeah, Uke up there, leaving a hideously imbalanced leave, but opening nothing new to David, leaving this board in a horrendous state, and playing as if this would make not nearly as much sense if this was a winner take all game, but this makes a lot of sense if you imagine that Jason actually has an 140-point lead. Just keeping this board completely closed down. David doesn't really have much. And now he's just taken probably the scoring play that David would have wanted of Okra is now gone. That would certainly be a solid way to continue to balance the David's tiles and try to draw into a bingo somewhere. That's no longer available, so he's going to have to get creative somehow.
Yeah, it's looking rough already for him in this game. What is he going to do? Right now, the play of Donya and AMI feels okay to me. AMI taking the front R hook means
Yeah.
I'm gonna hit that spot sometimes, and I could hit it pretty hard. It's a pretty annoying spot too. So maybe I bingo from AMI starting a word with the R, or more likely like I get a stack in there and score 80 points. Donya feels okay to me in a situation where nothing looks strong.
Yeah, it feels good. Well, I mean, I don't know if it feels good. It might be the best of a really uninspiring group of plays. And he's going to go ahead and play Gonad, which is a much more active way of getting an S hook on the board, which he has that S. So this makes sense on that basis. But it also does expose you quite a bit to potentially strong overlapping plays or plays through the A from Jason. So high risk. I don't know if it's high reward, but some reward, Matt, for this one.
Yeah, indeed. And we'll see how Jason chooses to respond. Standard equity would be toit, making AT and DO, but toit is a verb, putting a big S hook out in space. That's not the line Jason's looking to take here. TOIT is will draws on the board. So a play of ditto from the D feels stronger to me. Or maybe we'll even see just like TOT as a triple overlap to the side of Gonad. But we're not going to see Jason open even more space at the bottom of this board. I don't see a good way for him to block the back S hook on Gonad, though. Do you see one, Will?
I don't, which is frustrating for sure that Jason is sort of caught without an overlapping play that reaches this square right here. He would love to play something in that spot that does not hook, and that would completely sew up the new opening that David's created. This is a good block for sure in the sense that it gets rid of some of these lines all at once. But I am a little scared. This is definitely going to be on the top item on Jason's to-do list is to get rid of this double lane after Ditto. It's still there. Ditto does not conclusively block it. And there's
Mm.
the second blank finding its way onto
Mm.
Jason's rack. He might
Mm.
he's poised to potentially, certainly bingo somewhere, but maybe hammer something big.
This stream brought to you by Sprite, sponsor of Let's Play Scrabble. Just kidding, but maybe not if Jason sets it up right. Maybe we get an endorsement deal. It's starting to smell like Jason might be jumping into the lake with us.
Oh, did he promise that as well? Or is that just,
No, no, but
oh,
I am going to go be really annoying about it to try to get him to do it.
nice. Well, hopefully he is willing to do that because I agree. This is a nice play by David of Ohio, leaving the perfectly balanced AERS, which again, that could play with overlaps in this spot a lot of the time if you draw well enough. But yeah, Jason about to hit something good. We'll see. Oh, realize. Does that well, yeah, it does. So realize would play here at a minimum in addition to other spots. But so David's probably thinking to himself, oh God, let him have Drek one turn. And then I can get my bingo and draw the second blank, and I can make an epic comeback and be featured on Will Anderson's YouTube channel. But none of that is going to happen for him right now.
Just when you're starting to feel optimistic, if you're David Spargo, that's when you're going to get the gut punch from Jason Lee. But yeah, he's got to feel just a little bit of life for just a second before Jason throws this bingo down. He's got tipster or hipster at the bottom of the board for 86. That's going to be his play.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely the plays with putting the P right here. He could also play reposit right here for not even that big of a sacrifice that doesn't open nearly as much back. So that could be another way to go if he wants maybe just like permits in that spot. So yeah, you can take the points, and going up by 86 points here in an even game, you're very, very unlikely to lose by 140 after that. But if he wants to really leave no doubt and play more defensively, he has that option as well. And that would be an interesting sequence, because then you would see Realize be played with Ohias probably, and then some crazy overlaps possible. Oh, nice play, Matt. Like it.
All right, Reposit coming down, leaving 6 points on the board, but blocking what looks to be the most lucrative bingo line. Yeah, you can bingo with Ohias, and then I'm going to murder you next turn. That's the plan here from Jason. He pulls ahead by 80 in what was a tie game. Jason leading by 80 means he effectively leads by 221 in this game.
Yeah, that's blowout territory for sure. But, there's still, if I'm in David's situation here, I'm still playing. You have one bingo available, Realize and Ohias. You're obviously still going to play that and hope for the best. It still feels good to win the game, even if you aren't blowing out Jason by enough to win the tournament. So yeah, also want to shout out, we got new Scrabble super friends. Thank you, Tina, as well as Christine earlier. Thank you so much for supporting the LPS vision and channel. That's awesome to see. Appreciate you both.
Oh, I've already put in Realize for David. I don't know why he hasn't played it yet. Perhaps a little bit of pause on whether Ohio takes the S. Realize is a nice 69 points and the only bingo for him. Why hasn't he played it yet?
Maybe just balking at the underlaps, and is he going to try to do something crazy to open a triple somewhere? I really feel like he is maybe just thinking to himself, what crazy play could I make that gives me a better chance than this bingo, which opens me up to big counterplay? But there really isn't anything, and I do fully expect him to go ahead with this bingo here and pray that Jason's tiles are horrendous. Even just to win the game, they need to be horrendous, right? Because he's going to come back with something that solidifies his lead even further. So, all right, here we go. He's giving it some thought, Matt. Ultimately, he goes with the bingo.
Yeah, I guess he's looking for bingos through the T that would open a triple up. Those would be the better idea here. Even if they score less, it's what you need to do. But this is the only one he's got, and he's going to play it. 69 points for David brings him up to 282. Jason Lee at 293. Jason Lee with a big spot exposed on the board, ready to pounce. Oh man, he's got a really nice obscure 6 that he might teach a whole bunch of folks at home. Plays at the bottom of this board very nicely if he sees it.
Yeah, this is where him being a boggle player comes in handy, and there it is, very, very nicely spotted. So boliti is the plural of bolitus, but this is a word that you would see played all the time in online boggle because the letters are all quite common. You see it less often in Scrabble because when you have letters that good, you're often playing bingos instead of 6-letter words. Although the B and the O are a little bit clunky, but this is a very, very nice play. I wonder if we're seeing a hold here.
Yeah, this is huge. He blocked Corby's, which plays for nearly 100 at the bottom of the board. So this is GG. David has no playable bingos. Corby's was blocked. Even if David thinks this is probably a word, and I'm sure David knows bolitus, which this feels like a plural of, this is game over. You've got to challenge unless you're 100% this is good.
Yeah, Corby's would just be huge here for David, especially within the context of if somehow Boliti is not a word, taking those 37 points, converting them into a 0, and then getting 100 for yourself actually gets you into territory of holy crap, I'm up by almost enough to overtake Jason in tournament positioning. So this challenge makes, even if you have an iota of doubt in this word, I feel like challenging makes a ton of sense. But bad news for David here, as we knew, Matt.
Yeah, indeed. I was trying to watch Jason Lee's face as he walked up because I know even when I'm certain of a word, when the stakes are this high, I start to doubt everything. Jason did not show a shred of worry on his face. And as you said, probably from the boggle, this is one that he's not going to miss. Jason now back on turn. I am all but ready to announce him as your 2025 Lake George champion. What a run Jason Lee has been on over the last year.
Yeah, you mentioned it, Matt. Just in really just great shape lately. He's been winning a lot of tournaments. Always has had a huge amount of talent. He was the runner-up about a decade ago. I think I heard you mention yesterday at the North American Championship. So he's been at the very, very top of the game. Went on a bit of a downswing. His rating went down into the low 1800 zone, and I feel like that was the wake up call that he maybe needed to just keep his word study going. That's only his only real weakness as long as I've known him as a player. Just getting back on top in that regard, and you see a lot of fantastic finds over the course of the tournament by him. So he's clearly back in form, and that is good news for us as viewers and bad news for his opponents.
Bad news for us as opponents as well, but Jason is one of the more pleasant people out there to play over the board. It's so hard not to root for him, even when you're playing against him. Man, Scrabble's in danger. If Jason's got the words back in his brain, watch out, folks. Jason is a chemistry teacher from Montreal, Quebec, and many talents. He's got the science down, he's got the words down, he's got the math and spacing down in Scrabble. Fascinating dude, really nice dude as well. Uh, Everybody's happy to see him win.
And a phenomenal Boggle player, really scary good at Boggle as well. A multi sport athlete in the word game realm, dare I say. Oh, very cool. Very cool. Nice play, David, Matt. We love to see this.
Yeah, look in that unseen pool. Like, you can't do anything about this. And maybe if I draw some absolutely insane stuff, like I could hit you for an insane score. There it is. Is that Derbies?
Yeah, Derby's on the rack there. That is a phenomenal play. Just to make clear to anybody, why are we reacting with such giddiness? Scop is a word. That's the key to this one. Scop is valid. David with the last S. This C, extremely difficult to play through, especially with the unseen pool that David was looking at. It's probably still possible to play something through it that obstructs derbies, but it's probably surprisingly difficult to actually come up with that. Oddly, maybe it's like Furan. Is this the play that Jason needs to make here, Matt, to get in the way of that spot?
Yeah, initially FLOC jumped out to me, but that doesn't actually block. It just makes David move it up one space. So Furan is the only play that this is actually hilarious. Quackle is suggesting that Jason will lose this game with most plays and only Furan ties.
Wow, crazy. That's insane. What a play by David to come up with that here. So Furan doesn't even win you the game
Oh,
cleanly.
Beastered. He has Beastered through the S at the bottom. So Furan ties. Literally ties
Oh,
397 to 397.
oh my God. Craziness. So that is amazing by David to steal a half of a win out of this game. If that, and I mean, he might steal the full win. This play of Furan is not obvious by any means. So that's going to be tough. I think Jason is really good in these situations, and I like his chances of eventually spotting that, especially with 8 minutes to think about it. But yeah, that's crazy. So Furan looks great, but you get caught with QX after getting bingoed out on, which apparently leads to an exact tie, Matt. Insanity.
And David, if he loses this game, he drops to third, assuming Zach Ansell wins over on board two. But if he can eke out this tie instead, he'll preserve second place no matter what. So this is a move that just made David Spargo several $100s. This is incredible.
I was teasing him for having no shot at appearing on the Will Anderson channel, but this might actually be enough. This is a really awesome play and turn by him that I feel like this could warrant a little bit of a breakdown. So kudos to him on finding a way to get me to eat my words here with that beautiful play.
Goodness, Jason's got Fearan lined up. David's going to bingo out with Beastard. Now, I want to say this right now. I know several of the viewers are close with one or both of these players. In the event that they have miscounted any of the plays this game, do not text them. Do not say anything. We cannot influence the outcome of a game like this. But if they've done the scores correctly, after Fearan, it's going to be a tie. Jason has set it down. Jason has picked it up. Jason's probably done all the math and knows exactly the ramifications of this play. There's nothing better he can do, though.
David is clearly ready to strike. He had his tiles laid out in the, Bisered. He had them in this exact order. So he's probably anticipating a block of his scop hook and knows that he's going to get this down as he goes back to alphabetizing his letters. I just want to point out we have the opportunity for the craziest content ever, which we're not going to see, of David to play bestride the anagram of Bistard through this spot, which doesn't put the D in this important spot here and would lose the game by one. So that would be the craziest situation ever for him to somehow not see his anagram of Bistard. But we know he's already set up the letters in that order. And Jason just agonizing. He's placed his only tying play that we can find. Maybe there's something better. But blocking derbies has to be a priority. And there are just not a lot of ways to do that with these clunky letters on the rack. It just, we got to point out something like Cox here scoring well with the X does nothing to address this. You have to play through the C. The play you pointed out of Flock almost getting the job done, Matt, but just forces derbies, as you said, to be one square higher up the board. So crazy scenario to finish this game off. Love it. What a finish.
And adding to the drama, Zach Ansell's result is in. Zach Ansell did win his most recent game by over 200. So if David Spargo loses this game, he drops to third. But I think he has fought out a tie. And I can just imagine, I'm sure Zach is on his phone watching the stream outside the playing room. So
Sorry, Zach.
I think David just galaxy brained and cost you a couple $100.
Yeah, it certainly looks that way, unless Jason could come up with something that is not even on our radar at all for how to deal with this spot. So now he has Fox lined up. Is he trying to evaluate? I mean, there is an interesting at this level. So Fox here scores 38, which looks tempting at first glance, but Derby's is just way too high scoring.
107.
But there is another. If I'm Jason, I would assume that David Spargo, who more recently has risen up the ranks into a legitimate top expert player, you see his rating 1970. He's destined for even higher. He's been grinding for a couple years to reach this point. But I would at least, Matt, be thinking to myself, what is likelier for my opponent to see, derbies or Bistard or Bestride? At this level, I expect David to see all three of those with no sweat, but you at least got to think about that here.
Indeed, you do, yeah. And if your opponent is 1700 instead, that's exactly the question you need to ask. What kind of blunder is most likely for them to make? But David's been playing very solid Scrabble. He's got a good command on the word. I think at this point he deserves the credit that he'll probably see it all. Jason, doing the math on Fox right now, I would need like a calculator to figure out how many points Derbies and Scop scores because it's just so many. It's 107. Fox getting caught with LLQU and seating 107 will lose by 3.
Wow. And only just now am I noticing that if Jason doesn't even try to address this spot, there is derbies, of course, but there also is describe through the sea.
Yep.
That's not that relevant here, but it's actually amazing that David's got bingos in a variety of spots. Describe is not really relevant to this position. It's all about derbies or bistard here. But yeah, just another nuance that I'm not sure I realized until right this minute. So, wow. Jason using up that time, exactly what I would be doing. I would be shocked at a game where I felt like I was 100% to win by a lot that I'm now under threat of not winning by, not winning comfortably and not even winning at all, getting only a half win out of this, Matt.
Man, can you imagine if David Spargo had 300 more spread points and this was truly a straight up winner take all game and then it played to this nice stuff from Jason doing it all right. And we're going to see if it is indeed Beastard or Bestride. Beastard should come down. I think that's not a hole. The bag's just empty.
Yeah, no hold
Goodness.
here. I can't imagine. Although, I don't know. I mean, it doesn't, I guess it's worth it to consider holding, but I would not want to give up my half win here if I knew I could tie for the reasons you described, Matt. The tournament situation, all you need is a half win to stay ahead of Zach. So I would certainly not want to risk that by challenging this word. And we'll definitely want to cut to these overhead mics and hear the score that the players agree on once the dust settles on the game.
Yeah, once again, do not text the players in the event of a score discrepancy, but assuming Beastard comes down, it should be a 397 tie. I'm hearing Zach is out in the hallway watching this game, watching his money fly away as David Spargo has pulled a rabbit out of a hat, pulled a tie out of a certain defeat with a great draw and a great setup of Cop. Condolences, Zach.
Yeah, that's a tough one, but still a great tournament by Zach Ansel to finish right at the top in a really stacked field. So he can't be that upset. But if he was already making purchases on his second place money, seeing Jason Lee up over 100 points in this must-win game, he's going to have to bring some receipts into the. I'm not even sure if the tourist traps of Lake George are even open in October, but you're going to have to go bring those receipts back for all the goods that you've bought on that money, Zach.
Return it all. Apparently, you're getting third now. Man, it was looking like 99% for a second, but that's why you play the game, baby. This is what Scrabble is about. David agonizing, lamenting. I'm sure he knows this is a tie. And I guess he's trying to figure out, is there any more points I can score in any way at all? Or perhaps they've got the score off by 1 or 2 and David feels like this still loses. I don't know. He's got 8.5 minutes. He's got the play lined up on his rack. I'm not sure what else there could be. Here it comes. Let's cut to that mic. 397 all.
Yeah, that's what I'm like. I'm thinking
All right, he picked it up. He can't commit to the play just yet. He's going to continue to think, but he's seen it. Jason's seen it. It's just a matter of when or if he's going to play it. And I'm guessing they have the score wrong. Otherwise, I don't think you'd spend so much time.
Yeah, I think maybe the thought is there any way that I can mess with Jason's cue here? Is there any way that I can force him to eat that cue block some spots that make it impossible to play, even with QU on the rack, which is going to be quite difficult to do and probably will still not allow you to close the gap on the scoreboard by enough just because of that X, right? Like the X is still going to play in a number of locations. So even if you can force Jason to eat that Q, it's not going to help you make up that huge deficit. Even with Scop available, I just don't think it's going to work out. So I'm pretty sure. Oh, they might be
Ooh, cut to Mike, cut to
recounting
Mike,
some plays.
cut to Mike.
So 289 then for me.
Yes.
Thanks.
They miscounted realize for 69. Now they've got the score right. Now David has to realize this is a tie as Jason continues to recount the game. If I'm either one of these guys, I ain't recounting. I'll take the tie and get out of here.
56 and out.
I'm gonna make you walk just for fun. I think it's good.
I got to get my steps in anyway.
We can cut the challenge computer here.
I'm like 99.9%. We're gonna type in anyway.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's good.
Not a finish. This makes a big difference for you, right?
Yeah. Is that a tie?
I think it's a tie, yes.
I got 42 from you.
Yes, correct. I've recounted, but you can recount if you want. Although, if you find a point for me, it's
I have no incentive to recount.
I know you have no
There's
incentive.
way I win this tournament, and at worst, it's going to get me third.
Yeah,
so.
I know. You have no incentive. I recounted. I'm pretty sure it was.
What a fucking game.
What a crazy game. I can't play Fox. I think it's just loses if I count it properly.
Yeah, I think anything else loses. Yeah, because like if you play Cox, then like I still have Derbies or
Derby scores too much. If I play if I play Fox here, I don't think it's enough. 38 is 419, and you get Derbies is 107, right?
yeah.
And then you get 26 from me. You get 26 from me, and then that's 133. So you get 133, 421. You win by 2, I think, if I play Fox. Folks didn't quite fit. So, yeah, I think I did the best I could. This is like almost impossible to block. I don't see anything else.
Yeah, your rack was just so awkward and bad. And
I can't
you just
even
have
play.
like no great
I can't even
QRX
play.
plays.
Yeah. All right. Well, crazy ending. Crazy ending after challenge Boletti too.
Yeah, I mean, I had Corbins on my rack. Corbies.
Oh, okay.
I had
So,
like every incentive to challenge that, and I thought it might be exactly like Kenosis and Kenosis.
oh, I see.
Where you get the plural and
So you
it's
have to
just not
challenge.
good.
You're right. You have to challenge. All right. We'll skip this. We'll get the score.
I mean, for the largely for the second half of the game, I was like, all right, well, guess I'm getting knocked back to third or fourth or wherever I'll end up. Yeah. Right. There you go.
All right. Well, what an absolutely insane way to end this tournament. I am grinning ear to ear right now because that was just peak content, and I was so stoked to have you in the booth with me to see it all, Will.
Yeah, really glad to have been alongside you for that one, Matt. That was a real treat. We watched a couple, banger after banger today. It was really, really fun group of games to see our champions emerge from Lake George 2025. At some point, I think Jason Lee is going to be coming into the winner's interview with you, and we'll get to ask him a couple questions. I got to give him huge credit for buckling down and finding Furan to preserve that half of a win there. Not the easiest play. You're thinking, I got to play through the sea or score enough points to outrun. he had to come up with a really seemingly the only way to both block derbies and score just enough points to maintain the tie. So I give him a huge amount of credit. Also, of course, give David a ton of credit for continuing to fight and finding a fantastic ending sequence there. But yeah, Matt, you've been here the whole way watching these amazing games start to finish. So another great stream in the books for you, and the water of Lake George beckons to you.
The water beckons indeed, but not before we do a little victory interview with Jason Lee, who should be getting walked down to the room right now. I'm literally next door to the playing room, the first hotel room away from it. So it should be a short little moment before we get Jason in. I am so stoked. Yesterday night, I was honestly pretty bummed. I was talking to Jackson and Rose, his girlfriend, and I was like, I'm not having fun. Like, these games have been so abysmal. Today made up for all of it and then some. Man, what a treat we had. Thanks to all of you for watching along with us as well. That was some excellent content.
So yeah, Jason coming shortly to bask in his victory. And any questions for him? He had a number of really interesting games on the stream. I remember his game with Michael Fagan where he played chiefing in a key spot. That was sort of stealing victory from the jaws of defeat there. He was in a little bit of trouble in that game, and he really made his own luck over the course of the tournament. So I feel like every time I watch him play, he's doing things that impress me, and we're going to get to praise him for that right now, Matt, as you can welcome him into our booth.
Right now, we get to praise him indeed. Uh-oh. There we go. Nice. We got it figured out. All right. I want to be the first to congratulate our 2025 Lake George Scrabble champion, Jason Lee. How do you feel after that ridiculous finish?
That was a crazy finish. Yeah, it feels great. Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. I clicked the button to see what was going to happen, and it said tie, and I'm like, that's not real. And then
we actually miscounted. I thought I was winning by 1, and then I was recounting the game, and then I found his point. I realized it was miscounted.
Yeah, realized it was 69, not 68.
Exactly.
Y'all caught that right at the end.
Yeah, and I was like, I already knew I won, but I still wanted to do my due diligence, right, to see if But yeah, it was a tie. Yeah, what can I do?
Yeah. That just an extra layer of drama. I was like, why is David not playing Bistard and taking the tie in second place? And he looked so sad too. And then
because it looked like it lost by 1. That's why he didn't play it right away.
Yeah, that was freaking incredible. All right, Will, what questions do you have for Jason?
Well, I mean, less so a question, but just Furan is the only play that gets it done for you. You had everything figured out post game. It was very, very impressive that you were all over that as the only block that gets the job done for you. So even though you had locked up the sort of not losing by 140, it was a great job to buckle down and get that half win out of this game. But yeah, I guess from this game, it seemed like you did make a couple of plays slightly differently with the logic that in effect, you're already up by 140 here. Did you feel like you made a couple plays like that in this game?
The only questionable one was Dawn versus Jaw. And maybe I should do Jaw. I don't know. Like, I thought about it afterwards. Maybe Jaw's correct. I don't know. But I just didn't want anything into the triple lane, so I played Dawn. It doesn't block everything, but it does a pretty good job mucking up that side. So now that's the only one I was somewhat of. And then I kept bad leaves, but the board was closed, so I didn't mind that much. Just dinking and just progressing to the end of the game, without any big lanes,
Yeah, I think from my perspective, this is a clinic on how to play in exactly this game state. When you just can't lose by 140, you did all the right things, all the right turns, except maybe one of them. Did you just miss the H hook on Aji on this turn?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Oh, right.
Oh,
yeah. That would be the one Yeah, I forgot about that. That would be the only blemish. Yeah. Okay. All the other plays we loved. We loved Guineas. We understood Dawn. Uke ditto. Reposit over the hipster and tipster plays. Boliti, a beautiful play. Many phenomenal plays in this game, so don't get too hung up on that. And then finally, the master stroke of Furan at the end. So yeah, it was a still, I forgot the one blemish, which we don't want to ambush you too much after in your winning moment. You played fantastically every time we saw you on the stream. So yeah, in any case, yeah. So is this your first Lake George victory? Is this a tournament you play often? Josh Sokol, our Collins winner, said this is a tournament that bedevils him. So I'm curious where this stands for you in your career.
This has actually I've won this tournament 3 times, although only 2 times in Division One. One time I won it, my second tournament ever. This was my first win, so this tournament's always special. I like this tournament a lot. So yeah, so I won Division One maybe a few years back. I beat Jackson in the final, so it's my second win. So it's always nice, yeah, to come down, and winning is a big bonus. Yeah.
Yeah, $1,500 is the prize for the WoW division ponied up by Word Game Players Organization. That stretches a little bit better over the border as well. What plans do you have with that little cash?
I don't know. Probably pretty boring. Probably just investing. But maybe I'll buy. I usually buy something when I win something, so I might buy something. I don't know what yet, but yeah.
Sweet. Well,
How about
little
some
gift for yourself.
thermal? How about a thermal swimsuit for
Thermal swimsuit?
cold weather diving? Maybe that could be.
Interesting. I do have a pool, so I don't know. Maybe.
Well, Matt, now's the time to
Yeah,
make
now I've
your
got to do the
pitch.
big ask. Josh Sokol said, if I win this tournament, I am jumping in the lake. And I said, Josh, if you win the tournament, I'm jumping in the lake
shit.
with you. So shall we make it 3,
Oh
Jason?
my
You want to
God.
jump in Lake George with us? We're going to stream it all.
My what's it called? My person giving me a ride probably won't be happy about this. Because he wanted to leave right away, and now he has to wait for the prize ceremony.
All right, if someone's going to
you know
offer
what?
up a ride,
I'm going to check with him, and we'll see. I'll try to make it happen.
let's
Yes.
go.
I do have spare
Wow.
clothes.
That is way
Dogs
more
have spare
accommodating than
clothes.
I would be, Jason. I would be shutting that down instantly. Hell no. I'm staying in the warmth. But kudos to you if you actually go ahead with these psychos and get into the water. So yeah. Nice.
Oh my goodness. All right. Well, I think with that, Jason, let's wrap things up here. Let's let you go get some cash. I think we've got Josh Greenway of Let's Play Scrabble who wants to say a few words to our audience. Is that correct, Josh? Yeah. Then let me take this headset off.
No, I want to just hop on with you.
Okay.
I'll take it.
Then we'll get Jason out there to go high five and fist bump everybody.
Congrats,
And I'll
Jason.
stay
Great
here.
performance, great win, and enjoy.
Thanks, everyone.
All right. Congrats, Jason. And Josh Greenway of Let's Play Scrabble coming in with a few final words for everybody at home. I think we're going to try to stream this polar plunge. We'll see if it's 2 or if it's 3. Or maybe I can recruit some other psychos out there. Who won Divisions B and C and the other Lexico? We got to find that out too. They're all welcome to jump in with us. All right, Josh, what do you got?
Yeah, no, I like your idea. We got to take a look at the standings and look at all the winners. But really, I wanted to take this opportunity to hop on and thank the audience for being with us for however many days we've been streaming now. And I wanted to just talk about the commentary team and the production team for a second. Putting on a tournament like this and the directing team and the whole thing takes a lot of effort. But the stream especially, guys like Matt and Will, and we also had Josh Sokol doing our showdown match, Jason Idelsky, Annette Oberstad. We even streamed some Super Scrabble. We had Charles Renke. It's really just, it's awesome to get to work with all of you guys, and the context that you're able to add to these games is super exciting. The vibes are incredible, and I think I think we're all invested in trying to move this game forward, and it feels like the energy is headed that way. So, so thanks to you guys, thanks to the audience. This is, this is super cool. So that's really what I wanted to say. And apparently Josh Sokol wants to try to get this lake jump onto the stream. So we may try to work that out. So if you want to see that, you can stick around. Oh, fantastic. Thank you so much, Scott. That is lovely. And thanks to all the super friends out there. Look, Let's Play Scrabble is the best place to watch live Scrabble on the internet. If you want to be part of the team, one of the easy ways you can do that is become a Let's Play Scrabble super friend. If that's not in the budget, there are plenty of free ways to support
like, subscribe, but probably most importantly, tell somebody you know about it. People may know that you like Scrabble. Get them to like Scrabble, because that's what we need. We need more people watching, is ultimately the answer for the direction that we want to go. So, yeah, thanks so much, Matt, Will, and the entire team.
Thanks to you, Josh. I mean, it takes a village to run this tournament, but you are sort of a one-man army in terms of what you're able to do. I always want to hang out with Josh at his tournaments, and he's always like running in 1,000 different directions at once. So finally, I got him to sit down for like 45 minutes last night. I'm like, "How are you? Actually, you're not doing anything." I got him from 1:30 a.m. to 2:15 a.m., and it's like, that's how hard this guy works to put it all together. So anybody who shows us love by thumbs upping the videos, by sharing a link with one of your friends, by recruiting anybody in, or monetary donation if that's in the budget, like, Josh works so hard for this, and I appreciate all the support. So the Let's Play Scrabble team has so much stuff. They work so hard. Support them. Tune in 2 weeks for Madison. Tune in 4 weeks for Worlds. Like and subscribe, all the stuff.
And Josh Koff, by the way, I miss Josh Koff. Unbelievable, not only for the last year building out the stats component, the LPS advanced stats, but hopping on the controls this weekend. That was amazing.
Question for Josh: are the LPS t-shirts available worldwide for purchase?
They are not. Up until now, the LPS shirts, we've actually bought like 100 of them and then sold them. But I'm considering what we want to do, whether it's a way of ordering, because I wasn't happy with the sizing of the shirts when we bought them, doing it that way. Plus, then we got to carry around like 50 shirts to a tournament. So I think going online and making them orderable seems like a good idea. And I have a policy. If anybody is at the tournament with a Let's Play Scrabble shirt on, I'm going to take a selfie with them. So I don't know if that helps, sell one more shirt.
I was supposed to get a free Let's Play Scrabble shirt as part of my Albany compensation package, and my size was not there, so I'm going to go steal one off the table. I got to cash in on that selfie now, Josh.
Yeah,
all right, we got to make it happen by the lake.
Okay, so thanks so much. I don't know if you. We'll see if we've got the ability to do some standings.
Yeah,
maybe that's what we do.
Yeah,
okay.
Josh is standing by.
Great, and also Josh Koff. There's supposedly a Video Ninja link coming from Josh Sokol, but I'll come over to help with that. Why don't you guys handle standings, and I'll go see what needs to happen for this lake jump? Okay.
Yeah. All right. Josh is going to go
Thanks
handle
so much,
it. Eternally accommodating. If there's one guy who can show us doing dumb stuff like jumping into a very cold lake, he is the guy. So Josh going to handle that. We're going to show you all of the winnings, all the final standings. So Josh Koff, cue us over. There we go with that tie in the final round. Jason Lee 1, David Spargo narrowly hanging on to 2. Zachary Ansell, Michael Thielen, Jackson Smiley, each at 10 and 5. But Ansell, the spread queen, he's going to go home with the 3rd place title. Evan Chester had such a great tournament. It is wild to see that he's fallen down to 10th. But that's just the caliber of the field here. A lot of studs. Let's cut over to CSW. Will talk us through that one once we can see it.
Yeah, so we knew after the previous round that Josh Sokol had clinched victory on the basis of being a game up with 1 round to go and such a humongous advantage on spread. But I don't think anyone would be surprised by the top 3 seeds here. Josh Sokol winning, Matthew O'Connor in 2nd, and Ben Schoenbrunn in 3rd, always at the top of these events. Says a lot when a player like Matthew Tunnicliffe is in 5th, players like Jason Keller in 7th. That is a tough field. So kudos to our top 3 finishers who are winning. In the case of Josh Sokol, $2,500 furnished by Bob Lynn and WGPO. So really exciting action from this division as well, Matt.
Yeah, the most exciting one up here, I think, is somehow Lori managed to go 7 and 9 in a 15-game tournament. That is hard to do. So maybe someone who noticed the paperwork a little bit. Oh, I'm a professional copy editor. Of course I'm going to notice that stuff. But yeah, 7 and 9. All right. Somebody needs to check this stuff before they submit their final results to WIGPO. In any case, I think
Wow.
that's all I've got to say. I don't think we have standings for the B and C divisions in WoW or the B division in CSW. I'd love to tell you guys who won those, though, real quick. So I'm going to pop it up real quick. WoW Division B, our champion is Brian McCarthy, 11-4 plus 1209. That is a guy who's been up and coming for a while, and he's going to continue doing so. Division C, in his first tournament ever, Foster Tom taking the win with the last round victory, 11-4 plus 735. Foster came up and introduced himself to me at the beginning of this tournament and said, "Hey, I've been watching Scrabble streams for a while, and this seemed cool, and I decided to come through. Wish me luck." Well, he didn't need the luck.
Awesome.
He crushed it. First tournament ever, Foster Tom is your Division 3 champion, and we'll look over at CSW. The B division was won by, oh boy, the person who bought me this shirt, Justin Morris. Congrats, Justin, on an overdue and much deserved showing. Justin at 12-3 is the CSW Division B champion. Thanks for the shirt. I picked the right day to wear it, Justin. Any final words, Will, before we cut it and go to the lake?
None from me. I've only been cameoing here for these 4 games this morning, but kudos to you, Matt, for safeguarding the stream pretty much throughout. I think maybe the first block was Charles and Annette, so kudos to them as well as Jason Nadolski. And yeah, it's been a blast. Another great LPS stream in the books, but this one going to be ending with the polar plunge. I'm very excited to see that. So I guess maybe we're taking a quick break and getting set with our winners jumping into the frigid waters of Lake George. Is that true?
That's what's going to happen. So this tournament ends with a tie and a polar plunge. Welcome to Let's Play Scrabble, where crazy unhinged stuff happens all the time. David Spargo yells profanities into overhead mic, and we jump into cold water. I'm going to go change into my little swimsuit. I will see y'all in a few minutes. I'll be cold. Thanks for watching, everybody. Thanks for all you do, Will. Adios. I think they're going to keep the stream live and show you just a little bit more of that street. I'm going to go put on my swimsuit. Let's go get wet. Adios, everybody.
Hey, folks. We're getting set up to call this polar plunge. Hopefully the feed holds up for us and we can actually see our Scrabble champions lower their body temperature beyond what is reasonable. Otherwise, it's just me here. But we'll see. All right, there we go. We got our feedback. Not sure about the audio. This is the Josh Sokol POV, I'm pretty sure. So he's going to be able to use that height and get his camera clear of the water so he can go nice and deep in the water, really get submerged. Look at the beautiful scenery of Lake George here. Really one of the most scenic tournaments on the calendar. So, maybe they're just going to have the camera in place and they'll all run into the frigid water together. So it looks like we're stable here. And polar plunging, we're probably waiting for Matt to be changed and run down to the lake to join the rest of the plungers, where I don't know if it's just Josh or Jason Lee will be joining them, which, as I said to him, that is more than I would do. Oh my God, there he goes, folks. There he goes. It's our Lake George winner, Josh Sokol. No hesitation. Look at the sprint and the submersion. Coming straight back out of the water is Josh Sokol. Very impressive determination to get deep into the water, though he did not last long, I have to say, and I don't blame him. But he got full torso submersion there, a true champion in every way. This is a first for me to be calling sort of IRL action. So this is exciting for me as well, and I get to do it from the warmth of my home office. So we've seen Josh take his plunge. Maybe he'll go back. Is he crazy enough to, put his body through that a second time? Whoop. Not sure what we're looking at here. We got a nice looking shoe. And is that going to do it? I feel like it's not. I feel like we definitely have more plunges coming. Oh, no more plunges. Oh, Josh says, okay, bye. All right. Sounds like that's it. So we get the one plunge. That's a shame. I do feel like we know Matt is going to be running in there at some point. But yeah, not sure. Maybe look for video after the fact. Maybe it won't be live, but I'm guessing that somewhere on the LPS social channels, you will see more plunges, award ceremony now. And all right, that'll do it. Time to wrap up. So you got to see at least one polar plunge. Thanks, everybody, for sticking around to watch our goofiness here. And I guess that's going to do it for our stream until we get the award ceremony in just a minute. So we'll cut back to break and watch our champions get their prizes in a moment.